Good evening. It being Tuesday, April 9th, here in Memorial Hall, I bring to order this meeting of the Westborough Select Board. If you are so able, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you. And as a reminder, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded by Westborough TV. So we're just going to move directly to our second item on the agenda, which is the promotional ceremony and swearing in of the police supervisors. Thank you.
Yeah, that means you. Well. Good evening, Tom Minardi, serving as your Chief of Police. I just want to say thank you to everybody for having us here before you today. It's been a long time coming. We're finally ready to make promotions. We got 2 promotions to lieutenant and 2 promotions to sergeant. We had a long process put on by Law Enforcement Dimensions. Really an outstanding organization, well known throughout Massachusetts as far as police training and police police assessments. Thank you. So they did a great job. They ran the whole process. So for lieutenants, they had a day-long assessment center, very strenuous, a lot involved. For the promotion to sergeant, it was a written exam and an oral board interview. So before you today, I have the top candidates. We have from my right, your left, Sergeant Shipwreck being promoted to lieutenant, began his police career in Colorado in 2005. Started in Westborough PD in 2018, attained his master's degree in public administration from Anna Maria, and he's being pinned by his wife Shannon and his daughter Tessa. Then we have Sergeant Rossi being promoted to lieutenant. He grew up in Westborough, graduated from Westborough High School, received his master's also in criminal justice from Anna Maria. He's been on the Westborough Police Department since 2001. Been a sergeant since 2006, and he's being pinned by his wife Laura and his daughter Olivia. Then we have Officer Chris Trainer being promoted to sergeant. He's from Shrewsbury, been a police officer since 2017. Began in Westborough in 2019. He has a master's degree in public administration. He's also a member of the community engagement team in Honor Guard, among many others. He's being pinned by his girlfriend, Victoria. We have Officer Hale being promoted to sergeant, started his police career in Sherburne. Been in Westborough since 2020, has a master's degree in criminal justice from Northeastern. He's a member of the drone unit, Honor Guard, among many others. He's being pinned by his wife, Nora, and their new son, Calvin. So if I could have Deb come up and swear them in.
All the duties incumbent on me
could have the family members come up to pin.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Chief, you want to picture with the group, or please feel free.
Don't feel like you have to.
Yeah. We got plenty of time.
Congratulations.
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 Congratulations. Thank you.
Sorry, I was late. Sorry, Chief.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is kind of weird. Get out of there.
Hold on a second. I feel like it's kind of You go in the middle. Okay, we need wide lens here.
You and I will.
Okay, that goes every single person. With everybody.
I didn't see his name earlier.
He's like, it's nice holding him by the elevator.
I didn't really know if I was the cutest one.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Deputy.
So we get to the point where we have to staple our agendas together. Yeah. If you're okay with it.
No, it's fine. Take your time.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness.
Oh my God! Wow, she's 100. Christopher's
Wow.
grandmother.
That's awesome.
Christopher. Wow, God, I hope I look that good at 100. Let alone be alive. Tell you.
It's awesome that she could be here.
Yeah.
That's why we have an elevator now.
No, they're not
We
coming.
told them they don't have to come, right?
We told them not to come.
Perfect.
We just have to close it.
Oh, that was terrific. That is one of the best things we do. With that, we move back to agenda item number 1, which is the vote to reorganize the board. We can go straight to nomination, or
So I'd like to be funny and nominate Alan because he's not here, but I'm not going to do that. So I'll be very serious. While you were away. So I, first of all, I would say that it's awesome to serve on a board where there are, I truly feel like any one of us could be in the leadership positions because we are all great leaders and we really complement each other, and we do it in different styles. So it's with great confidence that I would make 2 nominations, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
certainly.
So I'd like to nominate Patrick Welch to be our chair and Ian Johnson to be vice chair.
Thank you. Since you nominated both of them, I'll second it.
Okay, second?
Second. Any questions?
What am I doing? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shelby.
Yep.
Very nice of you
You
to.
guys will be a great team.
Yeah. All those in favor? 4-0.
All right.
I didn't unpack my stuff, so.
Slide on over.
Slide on over.
Yeah.
Move over. Okay,
Pass
let's do it
pass
that way.
the
We can,
gavel.
we can decide on official seats once
Yeah.
Alan's back, okay?
Sure.
You sitting there?
So,
Just sing a song like It's So Lonely Down Here or something. You ready for this?
we'll see.
Now you have another.
I know, now we can spread out.
I didn't realize you had 3.
Looking forward to it.
Crazy. Oh my God.
All right, so all situated in. So we'll move on to open forum. Is there anyone here for open forum this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to our actually, are we? No, we're not ready for that yet. We'll. What do we want to move on to? Notes.
Do we have someone coming for the Donate Life Month? Or Ed,
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
Ed
Yep.
and Mary,
Can we do the
Maureen.
Winter Lights Agreement?
They are also coming.
Oh, they're also coming?
Yeah.
How about a request to appoint Jim Ball?
Yeah.
That work?
I
18.
don't take enough time, but we can try.
Okay.
Was he planning on being here, or?
I don't think so.
Sorry.
So I'll just go through this. So,
Do you want to take it?
sure.
Okay, so we have as the committee, as the community may know, we have a Community Preservation Committee. It consists of 9 members. Several of those are from established committees such as Affordable Housing, Open Space Preservation, Recreation, Historical Commission, Planning, and the Westborough Housing Authority. All of these committees are in line with the purpose of the Community Preservation Act. We also have 2 at-large members. Those at-large members are appointed by this board. We currently have 1 at-large member, Christina Allen, serving with her term to expire June 2025. And we received interest from Jim Ball to serve as a member to expire June 30, 2024. And so Jim submitted a letter of interest, and I think we all know he's served on many committees, great experience, planning, zoning, across the board, and has been a longtime resident. So I would happily make a motion to appoint him to be the at-large member of the Community Preservation Committee for a term to expire June 30, 2024.
I would second that.
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor? Thank you very much for doing that, Shelby.
Yep.
And thank you to Jim to be willing to serve the community again in the Community Preservation Committee. Thank you.
Do you want to do 17? The
Sure.
approval of the MOAs?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
We could also do minutes too.
Right.
So number 17 on the agenda is approval of memorandums of agreement with both the patrol and supervisor unions related to contract amendment. So as the board is aware, with the creation of the corporal position, we have additional supervisory staff that will be able to take overtime for supervisory positions. Currently, the way that it works is there is one list, which is considered for overtime assignments for both the patrol and the supervisor union. So in order for supervisors to fill supervisor overtime and patrol to fill patrol overtime, we had to make an amendment to both of the contracts. And so both of the units have agreed to that amendment, and so the board would just need to vote to approve that and execute.
I would move to execute the memorandum of agreement between the town of Westborough and the New England Police Benevolent Association, in parentheses, patrol officers, to amend Article 15 of the collective bargaining agreement.
Can I get a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor?
And I would move to execute the memorandum of agreement between the town of Westborough and the Westborough Police Supervisors Association, in parentheses, supervisors unit, to amend Article 16 of the collective bargaining agreement.
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Terrific.
You're on a roll.
Yeah, knocking off the,
So we do
Not gonna
21
pins
to the
down.
minutes?
go on to the minutes?
Yep.
Okay, we'll look to approve the minutes of February 27th, 2024, February 28th, 2024, March 4th, 2024, March 5th, 2024, and March 12th, 2024.
So moved?
Made it easy
Second.
for you. Made it easy for you. Any discussion?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm trying to slow us down.
All right, all those in favor?
Do you want to do 19?
Let's do
Sheila,
19, yeah.
Sheila,
19.
thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Sheila. As always.
Catching us up through town meeting.
Yes, let's do 19.
So item 19 on your agenda is to amend the membership of Sustainable Westborough. As the board's aware, the membership was significantly amended a few years ago in order to engage more departments and the committees across the town in the sustainable work. At that time, the town manager position became an appointed member of the committee. My role on the committee has really been to understand the work of that committee as it relates to town facilities, and then also to manage the Green Communities designation, which was previously done through my office, as well as really just creating a relationship between town departments and that committee work. At this time, because we've hired a sustainability coordinator, whose role really is to be that connection between the committee work and the departments, as well as take on that green community work. Ben Bowers has been in the sustainability coordinator role for several months now and is doing a fantastic job. He's able to take that on. He staffs that committee, so he would not be a member of that committee. So the missing piece, if I were to come off of the committee, is really the connection between town facilities and the sustainability work. As you all know, we've really moved that responsibility under DPW. So in talking to Chris Pant and also Peter Dunbeck, who's the chair of that committee, we felt it appropriate to replace me with the Public Works Director position as a member to that committee.
Makes sense.
Any questions?
Just a question from, is that only Chris, or is it Chris or his designee at any given meeting?
It would just be Chris, the DPW
Chris,
director,
okay.
will be the member of
Okay.
the committee. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And we don't, I guess I'm asking because we don't need flexibility in that as his.
He's intending to serve on that committee, so he could certainly send someone, but they wouldn't be
just
able to
wouldn't
vote,
vote. Okay.
even
Yep.
if it was his designee.
Great.
So you'd have to
Yep.
choose someone up front.
Any other comments, questions?
No, I'll make a motion. Move to amend the membership of Sustainable Westborough to remove the town manager and include the Public Works Director.
Second?
Further discussion? I'll just say that I want to thank Christy for her time on that committee over the last couple of years. You've done a lot of great work helping the committee, and I fully support this change. I think Chris is the right person in the right department at this time to help support the committee, so thank you.
Great, thanks.
So that said, all those in favor? Terrific.
How about 15?
I was just gonna jump to that one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You want to do 15?
You want to do 15? Yep.
Chair, Mr. Chair, do you want to do 15?
Yes, 15, yes, please.
So number 15 is a local aid letter to the legislative delegation. During the budget process, we had discussed the town's interest in advocating for an increase in local aid. That is something that the Massachusetts Municipal Association is certainly doing. I'm just looking to make sure he knows he can. Sorry. So backing up. So at the consensus revenue hearing, they had identified a 2% increase in revenues for fiscal -- the governor put forward in her budget 3% for unrestricted local aid, which was reflected in our cherry sheet. But right now, because we're a minimum aid community, we would only be receiving $30 per student for Chapter 70, which results in about $114,000, which is much lower than we've received in the past. The last couple of years, the legislature has actually done $60 per pupil. So at this point, the Mass Municipal Association is advocating for $100 per student. I was actually at the Local Government Advisory Committee today, advocating to the Lieutenant Governor for $100 per student. And I think that the board, we had a discussion about the town sending a letter for advocacy. And so there is a draft letter in your packet. I did send that on as well to the superintendent. She is interested in having the school committee co-sign with you. And they have a meeting tomorrow night. So I think I would ask you to put forward the motion that's in your packet, but maybe take out as presented in case there's any adjustments to that language, but really advocating for some additional state aid for the town through Chapter 70, continued funding of special education, the 3% minimum for unrestricted local aid, really just advocating for Westborough and other communities to get an increase.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely supportive, and
Yes.
if there are changes tomorrow night, if you could just send us the
Absolutely.
update, would be
Yep.
great.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, thank you, Christy, for your advocacy on this and keeping an eye open for it, because it is a sizable number, so it's definitely appropriate to do that. So, looking for a motion?
I'll move to authorize the town manager to send a letter to the legislative delegation on behalf of the board.
Second?
All those in favor? All right, why don't we, how about Winter Lights Parade?
I think
We
we're-
do have someone coming from the Rotary.
Okay.
Do you want to do 16, or you think that will take too long?
16.
What is 16?
Or I could do my town manager report.
Let's do 16.
So that's the town accountant.
Oh, I didn't have the number, sorry. Thank you. Yep. Okay.
Yep, 16.
Okay. So, as you're aware, we created the town accountant position earlier this year. We advertised for it in January. So we've always had a town accountant, but for several years it was coupled with the finance director position. We advertised that separately in January, and then our town meeting votes approved the separation of those two positions. We have had several applications for the position, but in terms of what we would consider qualified candidates, we have not had as many as we would like to see. We have interviewed a couple of them, but at this point we're seeing more people whose experience is really in private accounting as opposed to municipal finance. We feel really strongly that given the size of Westborough, the size of our budget, our just our municipal finances in general, that we would really like to attract someone who has some municipal finance experience. And so at this point, we're asking the board if we could, if you would approve offering a signing bonus. That's not something that we typically do. It's actually, we've never done it. It is a tool that some other communities are using to try to attract folks to these positions. They're very difficult to fill. Actually, today at that same meeting, we were advocating also for workforce development related to many types of positions, but finance being one of them. And so what we would propose is a signing bonus of $4,000. We can absorb that within the budget. And the intent would be to offer a portion of that at signing and then a portion of it 6 months later. And it would be to a candidate with municipal experience. So.
Any
it's unfortunate, but I think it makes sense, and I think you had put in your notes that we have other surrounding communities that, I believe, that are also, is that right? That are
We're
looking-
aware of other communities that have done it. There are many communities right now that have these types of positions that they're advertising for, so
Yep.
we're trying to give, ourselves, sort of make us a little bit more attractive. I think what I also put in my notes was that we are looking right now at salary ranges for non-union positions. So we're doing an internal compensation study that we talked about at several meetings. It's not complete yet. So rather than sort of coming to you and asking to just increase the salary, we want to look at the results of that. But in the meantime, we want to entice someone to come forward because we're getting closer to end of year. Right now, our town accountant responsibilities are sort of being shared between 2 contract positions, as well as our assistant town accountant. But really needing someone to fill that full-time role.
Yeah, I would just also make the point that we are currently, as you've outlined in our packets, we have contracts right now, and they're not inexpensive hourly.
No.
And ranging from $75 to $200 an hour. And that also doesn't necessarily create for you and your staff like continuity. I mean, I know we're doing all the right things, but it doesn't create continuity for what I think we've done exceptionally well in terms of, strategic planning and forecasting, et cetera. So, like Ian, I don't like it, but I think to find the right person, if you feel like that's what we need to do, I'll support it.
Want to make a motion?
Sure. So I would move to authorize the town manager to offer a signing bonus for the town accountant position up to $4,000 as presented.
Second?
Any further discussion?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes.
We need it.
We can nominate Alan. No, I'm just kidding. He's not here.
He wouldn't be eligible.
Yeah, that's right.
Just kidding.
So it passes.
Yeah, we are. So we can move on to the continued hearing and status
Yep.
update for 2024 Innkeeper's Hotel Permit and renewal for Extended Stay America at 1800 Computer Drive and 19 Connector Road.
So we are very happy to report that the fire department and the building department are satisfied. So they have met, both locations have met all of the requirements for their annual inspection. And so will be issued a permit, or maybe already have been issued a permit. And so we did tell them that they did not need to appear this evening because the only action for the board is to close the hearing.
I'd be happy to make that motion.
Yes, thank you.
Move to close the hearing for the 2024 Hotel Innkeeper's License for Extended Stay America at 1800 Computer Drive and 19 Connector Road.
Second from one?
Second.
All right, we'll go to Ian. All right, and we need to do a roll call vote here for hearing?
Nope.
No.
For
Oh, no, we don't?
No? Okay. All those in favor? Thought we did.
Yeah.
I wasn't
sure
Thank you very much. Good to get that out of the way.
Can I just ask a question on that? So, I mean, I know we do this every year, but like with someone here, they were new. I mean, do we send reminders out or November 1, so they know that okay. Good. I don't want to go through this again. I mean, it's
No.
just, they don't want to go through it. We don't want to go through it. We want them to
The
do
whole
what they're
renewal
supposed to do.
packet goes to every single licensee November 1. So all the licenses that are issued from this office go out November 1.
Okay, perfect.
And if someone-
It's a turnover issue, right?
Right.
Obviously, these gentlemen are not gonna forget. But, if there's somebody new in those rules, then that's where the issue arises.
And I'm very happy that the board was willing to work with them over the last several months to make this happen, although it was dragging on for a period of time. It's nice to have it behind us now.
But I would just say, I mean, similar to what we do with liquor license, when someone's in violation, even if, I mean, if someone new comes in, a new manager comes in, hopefully the old manager remind them, because I'm less sympathetic on the second time around
Yeah, far less.
than the first time.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Great.
All right, so we're ahead of schedule. Are we ready to do site plan overviews? Okay, and we'll do item 5 first, 101 to 105 Flanders Road.
you all set?
Should Just introduce yourself when you're all set up.
Sure, it's Vito Colonna with Cornerstone Engineering.
Welcome.
Yeah, isn't it?
There we go. All right, so this is at 101, 105 Flanders Road. The applicant is Gary Orlando. He owns Orlando Construction. It's a smaller site contractor, utilities. Right now they're based out of Southborough, and they're looking to build a site for themselves, contractor yard with garage space. The parcel itself, right now it has a single-family house on it, which actually was recently torn down. So there was a single-family house on it up until maybe a month ago. After they purchased the property, they took the house down. Total acreage is 1.4 acres. It's currently 2 parcels. They're going to combine that into one through a 81X plan, so that'll get recorded at the registry, combined into one single parcel. I'll switch over to the site plan. So this is the existing conditions right now, or was up until about a month ago. There was a house, driveway off of Flanders Road, and then a driveway also off of Old Flanders. It's at that odd intersection where connector comes in, and then you go onto Flanders, and there's that little side road, it's Old Flanders, it dead ends. And then, so this is the proposed plan right here. They're looking to do a 7,200 square foot garage. It has 5 bay doors across the front of it, and it would face out towards Flanders Road. Straight in front of them is that big green space, kind of at that intersection there. And then come in with a new driveway off Flanders, wrap through, and then come back out onto Old Flanders. They needed the 2 entrances to get the fire truck to be able to wrap through, so they can make that path come in and get out. And also for their own trailers. They don't do a lot of moving of heavy equipment, but if they have to move one of their machines, bring it to the shop temporarily, they need to get the trailer in and out of the site. They don't really intend to keep any equipment on site that much. Usually it's all kept on the job site, and if they do keep stuff there, it's generally going to be in the garage itself. It isn't going to be, you know, a fleet of excavators sitting out in the pavement out there. It's not really what they intend to do with it. It's more to keep everything indoors, and then they keep all their equipment usually on sites. We do have, I think, 15 parking spaces out there. They don't really have public coming to the site, but we do have to provide it by zoning, and if by chance they ever sell it and a different user comes in and they need the parking, we do comply with zoning there. We have 15 spaces and the handicap space in there. As far as some of our site utilities go, we have proposing on-site septic. There is sewer out there, but it's a 16-inch force main that runs by, pressurized force main, so connecting into that really isn't feasible. The nearest gravity main is down the street. So we've talked with Board of Health, and they're, you know, in favor of having the on-site system there. We have public water and also gas out there. And then as far as drainage, we're going to infiltrate a lot of that runoff on site. We have a large system underground right there, so you really won't see it. We pre-treat it, infiltrate a lot into the ground, and then the overflow would discharge down the end of the site, which actually there's a small wetland right down in the corner of the site. And we're meeting out with Conservation hopefully this end of this week. They want to look at another spot that could potentially be wetlands further up into the site. If it is, we'll just have to design a little bit around it. I don't think it's going to affect the layout. It would just affect this drain line and how it gets routed.
Okay.
We met with the Planning Board last week, so last Tuesday we met with Planning Board. I think it went well. The only real comments were related to the driveway entrance onto Flanders Road. They were concerned somewhat with the site distance as you come off connector. So we're having our survey crew go back out and locate the entire intersection. There's a little piece of ledge that blocks some of your sight lines. We're going to get that all located on the plans. And we've been discussing with DPW how to rework that. And we might just have to restrict, either have it be exit only or restrict some of the turning movements. I don't think it's really going to change the overall layout too much, and we're confident we'll get a second access. It's just a matter of how we do that, working with DPW. I think that's kind of the brief, quick overview.
Can I just ask you a question? I mean,
Sure.
you showed the kind of infiltration system, the septic. Can you just point out where the septic?
Oh, yep, septic's up in this upper kind of right corner.
Okay,
Yep, right in there.
perfect, thank you.
Questions?
So, just want to double check. Yeah, I watched that planning board session, and I think it was, were they looking for you to restrict that to be an entrance only?
Yeah, so they were looking at either be a exit only potentially, or DPW looked at it and they thought it might be better as a restrict one of the entrances in. The concern was if you were stacked, I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yep.
If you were sitting in this lane here and you're gonna turn into the site, someone could come around that corner and wouldn't see that car sitting there.
Oh, okay.
So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was more if you were taking a left out of
Yeah.
there.
Mhm. Yeah, and then they were worried
somebody
if,
was coming.
yeah, if we had a big trailer,
Mhm.
if when you're
Right.
taking a right, if you'd cross over the lane,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
also if you're taking a left, if you could see someone coming.
Yeah, I think as folks are heading uphill
Mhm.
on Connector, if they're trying to take that left and there's traffic coming the other way, they might try to beat the traffic
Yeah.
and kind of
Right.
give a little extra, and then you're kind of right there.
Yeah, they're trying to cut that corner and
Right.
shoot in.
Yeah, and it
So that's
is
some
a
of the,
little bit of a strange sight line there. It is,
Yeah. and it's tough because this kind of dash line right here, beyond that, we can't put the entrance to the right-hand side towards Flanders more.
Okay.
DOT restricts where we can put the entrance.
Oh, so
Wow.
that's the actual.
Yeah,
okay.
so that line from there, we can only put the entrance to the left. So we're gonna get the sight lines though, once we survey them in. And I think my thinking is what it might be is just an exit only. I went out and stood kind of where that entrance is and I could see through both ways. But we won't know for sure until, we get that actually surveyed in.
Thank you. Overall project looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Shelby?
Yeah, just a clarification for orientation purposes. So the other entrance, because that was my question, you've answered most of them, but is that directly on Old Flanders, or is it like behind the property? I guess I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand.
So it goes, Old Flanders runs behind the whole,
Yep,
kind of behind the site, so that comes out right onto Old Flanders. If you keep going down past it, there's that last building.
the pool company?
Yeah.
Yep,
So they're
okay.
just past it.
Okay,
If
Yeah.
I switch
yeah.
to
So I guess,
if I switch
oh, thank
here,
you, yep,
I can
perfect.
Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, so that road comes down and keeps going, that driveway would be right about here.
And could you just point out for us where that exit you were showing?
Oh, yep, so that's right about here.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
So it's whether you can see cars coming up through this
yeah.
spot. So they were worried, yeah, if you were,
Well, even just a turning radius, to your point, if you have a flatbed and you're trying to turn, I mean, I
Yep.
don't know, I don't drive one, but it's a tight left, it's probably an easier right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that would be, my only comment would be concern with potentially limiting or routing traffic in and out
Yeah.
for safety for all concerned.
Yeah.
But looks like a good project and a good use. I'm excited that local builders coming to Westborough to base the business, so it's good.
Any other questions? I'll just mention, yes, I thank you to Mr. Orlando for being interested and willing to move his business to Westborough. I think the plans are exciting and they look nice. I was just going to ask, do you have an elevation by any chance?
I don't think I have it with me. They
No worries. I
had-
saw it in our packet. I just didn't know if anybody else was
Yeah, they're
interested in
looking
it.
to do a metal building,
Yeah.
similar to the pool company next door.
Mhm.
Right now, I think they were thinking about green as the color of it.
Okay.
And it would just have the 5 doors across that front,
Yeah.
facing towards Flanders.
Terrific. Well, any questions or feedback to the planning board?
Just another question, sorry, and it probably was in our packet, and I have trouble, I'm not great at looking at these things, but lighting on site is there, and where is it?
Yeah, so they're not gonna have any pole lighting.
Okay.
It would just be It's tough to see on the plans, though. It's just these wall packs, so just wall lighting on the building.
Perfect. So
Shining out.
pole lighting was more what I was concerned with, and,
Yep.
but that's, you answered my question. That's great.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Nothing else? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All set.
Thank you very much.
So I think it sounds like the only thing we had was a similar thing on, just interested in that
Egress.
egress
exit.
entrance
Yep.
on Flanders. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, and are we ready for site plan overview on 18 and 30 Lyman Street? Is everybody here? Everybody here for that?
Should we?
Yes.
Come on up. Welcome. Just please introduce yourself.
Do you want to kick it off, or do we make
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mark Donahue on behalf of Colangelo, Massachusetts Real Estate, the applicant to the planning board for a special permit in the highway business zone to build multifamily use. Just by way of background, and relatively quickly, given how long your agenda is, you know the Westborough Plaza, I'm sure, more than 400,000 square feet of mixed retail, restaurant, and office use. The Colangelo family, who are representatives of which are here this evening, have owned that property for an extended period of time, have been good citizens in the town as far as their stewardship of that property. They now seek to take two different components of that and to add to it multifamily residential dwellings, a mix of studio, one bedroom and two bedroom, which you'll hear from the architect briefly as far as what that mix is. The plan is essentially to take buildings that are, we know as buildings 10 and 11, two retail components, to demolish those in their entirety, excavate to build underground parking, go back up, first floor retail within that facility, and then 3 levels of residential above that with an interior courtyard. On what we know as the J&N building, which is on the side wing essentially, the second floor is presently office space. The plan would be to take that office space and renovate it into residential dwellings. So to give you a little bit of flavor of the site that's before the planning board presently, we have been before the zoning board of appeals. The site comports to zoning, but for the open space requirement, and we have received relief from the zoning board of appeals as to that for the expansion of the use. But we're before the board, the planning board, for the special permit. Brittany Gessner of VHB is the lead engineer on the site, so with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll have her walk you through the plans a little bit. And then David Berryman of Newbury Design is also present here. He's the architect, and give you a flavor of what the buildings are and how they'll be used.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please do. And while you're coming up, I'll just say, I see the Colangelos in the audience, and I just say thank you for this project. It's we do need more additional housing in town, so this is an exciting project that as people are learning about it, I think they'll become more and more excited to see this happen. So thank you. Good.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Brittany Gessner, civil engineer with VHB. Provide a very brief overview. So here you can see the approximately 36 acres that the Colangelo family owns. There's frontage on Route 9 and Lyman Street. The site is currently in the Highway Business District, which does allow multifamily housing as an allowed use by special permit from the planning board. So under existing conditions, you can see almost the entirety of the 36 acres is highly developed with existing retail and surface parking. There's approximately 400,000 square feet of retail space, some office space, no residential on the site today, and nearly 2,000 parking spaces. The work that we're proposing is concentrated on the southern portion of the site. So you can see the white box at the southern portion. There's 2 existing retail units that will be completely removed, and that's the portion of the site that Mr. Donahue was explaining that we would put back a 4-story building with underground parking. And then the vertical white rectangle on the left-hand side, that's an existing building that will remain, and it's really just a retrofit of the second floor. We're proposing improvements to the surface parking that is behind both of those buildings, so to the south and the west. We are proposing to reduce impervious area and add nearly a half an acre of pervious area and improve the stormwater system and the drainage in that area. We are not proposing any other disturbance to the remainder of the property, including the parking lot in front of these buildings, because we do intend that the entirety of the retail shopping center will stay open throughout construction. The project is proposing a total of 132 residential units between the two separate buildings. This is just a zoom in of that southern portion of the property, and you can see all the work that we're proposing. The site disturbance is really concentrated on the south and the westerly portions of the site. The underground parking will be accessed from the southwest corner of that square-shaped building. So we really expect a lot of the residential parking and access to be behind the building, and then a lot of that retail activity will happen in front, although you can get into either building from either the front or the back. I will pass it over to the architect to give you an overview of the architectural renderings for the project, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
For the record, my name is David Berryman. I'm the principal architect for Newberry Design Associates. And as Mark had pointed out, this is a view from what it would look like from the front side with the remainder of the parking behind us. There would be an underground level of parking below this, and then the retail level, which would be accessed on either side from ramps, and then also from the center, and also on either side for the retail space. And the reason it's up a couple of feet is because of the underground parking. We're trying to get it a little bit out of the ground. And then above, you can see that there's 3 levels of apartments above. This is a view of it from across the site, kind of an existing context. 24 Lyman Street is the building you can kind of see on the left-hand side there. That's an existing 3-story building. This is a view from the back side. The site kind of drops off in the back. The overhead door on the left there is how you would access the underground parking from that side, and then on the left-hand side with the overhang is a secondary entrance for residents that might be parking in the back, that, you know, if there's an extra car or extra family member, they can directly go in, down a ramp into the basement, and then across to access the elevators, which would bring them up to all the levels. This is a view of the courtyard, and then back to the...
Sir, can you go back to that for 1 second?
Yep.
Look down for a moment. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so finished courtyard, seating areas, and some synthetic grass areas. Pretty much it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Let me just, if I might, Mr. Chairman, let me touch on 2 components of the project, which I think you might find interesting. We're excited about both of them. As you may be aware, the zoning bylaw requires for highway business residential use, 20% be dedicated to affordable housing. There is a provision in the bylaw by which one can look at alternatives to that and a reduction in that amount or alternative payments. The Colangelos are committed to the housing, to actually create the units. And in fact, we're exploring together with the Affordable Housing Committee going to 25% affordable. The reason for that is a little bit of a win-win, is that if, under the state regulations, if we have 25%, all 132 units count for what's referred to as a subsidized housing inventory for the town, and helps the town achieve, as I'm sure you're aware, certain protections as far as under comprehensive permits or other requirements. So we're in the process of trying to figure out how to close that gap, working with the committee and working with some of housing and livable communities at the state effort, and we'll continue to do that. The site is bisected to some extent by the B-Wall Trail. The B-Wall Trail was the subject matter of some discussion at the planning board. The Colangelos are committed to make that a win-win also. They see it as a benefit to the site, to both the retail component of the site, somebody's got to buy water or rent a bike or do something there in some fashion, and the residents. So we've actually met earlier today with some town staff, and we're going to follow up with the planner to talk about specifics as to how we can enhance the B-Wall Trail as it versus our site. So we are in the process. We're really excited about the project as an infill project. We're not taking any open space. We're actually increasing open space. And so we see it hitting a number of points that one sees in the Westborough master plan, and look forward to working with the planning board toward an approval. we'd be glad to answer any questions that the board may have in any fashion.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Questions?
Yeah, just a few. I think, and I might have missed it, you mentioned they would get a breakdown of the Studio 1 and 2 out of those 132. Do you have those?
I don't have the specific numbers on me. I think it was in part of the package that was submitted.
Yeah.
I don't have this.
Let me see if I can track it down.
Yeah. Second, I think you answered, the underground parking, that's intended for residents only,
That's
not
correct.
for the retail on the first floor?
It'll service for the residents.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. And then back to the 25%, and again, I may have missed it, multifamily. So this is all rental?
It is.
Okay. And, sorry, my final question is, so we're looking at, this is the new building, the kind of retrofit of the office space, and the other one, similar look on the top floor, or is it just gonna be the same look it has now and just
Yeah.
the housing?
We'll be taking out some of the windows out of there because they're larger, older, inefficient windows that are bigger pieces of glass. So we'll be infilling those openings on either side with some of the siding and then smaller residential windows.
Okay,
And
perfect.
that'll be all first floor then, right?
All on the second.
Second floor.
Oh, second.
First floor will still stay retail?
Yeah, first floor will still be all retail, and then second floor, it's conversion
Thank
of
you.
office space into the.
Perfect.
Other questions?
Yes. Go ahead, Sean.
So the other member of our board couldn't be here this evening, but he did pass along a note. So he's also our representative to the Affordable Housing Trust. He mentioned that you were coming before them on Thursday. He said that the trust will be discussing two actions: a vote to support negotiating a subsidy of $38,000 per unit for up to 6 units, totaling $228,000. Provided that the development include at least 6 SHI units deed restricted to age 55 plus, and meet other conditions that representatives of the trust may negotiate with the project owner with advice of counsel. Also, a vote to support consideration of subsidies for a to-be-determined number or percentage of units as deed restricted moderate income housing up to 135% AMI or some other threshold, and meet other conditions that representatives of the trust may negotiate with the project owner with advice of counsel. So that's sort of the two items for the Affordable Housing Trust. You mentioned neither of these actions bind the trust to any subsidy or action, but provides direction and sets initial expectations with respect to those subsidies for the project. He did say, were he present, he would ask the select board to concur and ask the planning board to encourage the project to pursue the subsidies and state financing to support the increased SHI component per the ZBA decision, and to ask the planning board to encourage exploration of deed-restricted workforce, moderate income housing. So those were Alan's thoughts. Well, he always says it better than I do, so that's
Well,
did
Sean,
very
thank you
well.
for passing them on, and certainly thank you for to Alan for preparing those thoughts and sharing them with them.
If I might,
Board.
Mr. Chair, just
Absolutely.
to that point, it's to some extent a confluence of trying to get the right intention and still serve the purpose. It appears presently under state regulations that only housing that's restricted at 80% or lower of AMI qualifies as part of the subsidized housing inventory. So the idea of going higher is a good one, but it just, I wouldn't say it defeats, but it works against adding to the subsidized housing inventory. Then would only be the units that are so qualified. So it's a little bit of a balancing. One would hope that perhaps Secretary Augustus would be taking a look at that and opening up, because since workforce housing is as desperately needed as affordable housing. But right now, we've got to still work that little bit with the state, so we're working on it.
So it sounds like good discussions next week.
Yep.
Or I guess this Thursday, pardon me.
Other questions?
Yes. Yep. So thank you to all the presenters. A couple of questions. So I know there was extensive information in our packet regarding traffic. I am not a traffic expert. I skimmed through it in full disclosure. Can you summarize for me what you anticipate the traffic impact to be of adding 132 units?
I could take a shot, but it's a little bit like staying at the Holiday Inn and pretending to be a traffic engineer.
Okay.
It's relatively modest because of the volume of traffic already utilizing the plaza as a whole. And therefore it gets blended in to some extent of that. The site benefits from superior access both directly to Route 9 and to Lyman Street. As Ms. Gesner pointed out, with the garage entrance to the rear of the building, it'll actually create a more popular third entrance to the site as a whole for those residents, because they'll be exiting right now, which is really just the loading dock area that's used by the retail along the back, and we'll be spreading it out. So it's not anticipated that there's any off-site improvements required, that the site can generate enough. We did receive peer review comments yesterday from Ty and Bond as to that. Haven't had a chance to digest those yet, and we'll obviously be working through those as we go forward and taking a look at it.
Thank you. Yes, so I was aware, I had a conversation with the Director of Planning, and understand that that independent peer review was asked of the town, or the town did that. So in our comments, I would just ask that the Planning Board, as they will, take a look at that independent study to kind of validate the assertion of traffic impact, because while I totally agree that there are multiple points of entrance and egress, I do think that there will be an impact, because you're adding 132 times some number of people that are going to be there on a permanent residence, although the downtown location certainly would promote walkability, bikeability, and all the initiatives that certainly as a town we want to focus on. But I also think we sort of have to be sort of eyes wide open with, we're still a very mobile community in terms of automobiles, and so I do think that it's important that the Planning Board takes a look at that. The other question I would ask, and to be very candid, while I'm supportive of this in concept because of the need of housing, and I love the affordability and the commitment by the Colangelo family to, kind of bring that forward and actually enhance it by working with the trust. Following this presentation, we're going to hear from our DPW director about a sewer moratorium, and there's no mention of sewer capacity in this proposal, and that's concerning to me. My understanding is that from what was presented at the Planning Board, that there's thoughts that the retail, would sort of be reallocated, but this is going to be an impact. And so I would ask the board in its comments to ask the Planning Board, and I know it has to be permitted, it has to have requirements around sewer, but this is a change of use, and I think, I'm not sure we understand the full impact, and I'm sorry that there's a timing issue here with this project coming forward, but I have strong concerns with respect to sewer. And feel free to comment if you want to.
Well, your concerns are shared. We recognize, the Colangelos have been in town a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The Colangelos, in fact, going back a number of years, we don't have to talk about how many, actually contributed to the expansion of the sewer from East Main Street all the way up to Lyman Street. To service the facility, and entered into an agreement with the town at that time as to service. Service has a couple of different components. It's allocation as far as gallonage and usage. We have looked at numbers. The project is operating historically at about somewhere between 30 and 34% of its allocation. And therefore, there's, question as far as which measurements you're actually looking at in some fashion. We've been in discussions with the engineering department and DPW. We would plan to do that, and we would only be asked to be treated as anybody would.
Of course.
In a fair and equitable fashion as any other commercial property owner would be.
Sure, and I would just say that, so agree with all of those points. I wasn't aware of the extension that happened many years, probably certainly predates me. The proposed moratorium language we're going to hear involves change of use and factors in those elements. So I just, again, as part of our comments, I think we have to be eyes wide open as it relates to this project and, the moratorium that we're being asked to approve tonight at our meeting. So I would just let that be for the record. The other piece of this, I didn't see any language as it relates to school impact, and I want to I have a comment about it, but I guess I just want to understand the anticipated school impact.
We haven't done a particular impact analysis here, partly because of the nature of the units. The vast majority of units are studio and one bedroom. The research would indicate that this type of mixed-use development, particularly of the type and size of the units being proposed, generally don't have a significant impact on school-aged children. It's not as conducive a location because of the lack of any exterior play area or anything else. And that's, to some extent understood for an infill project in particular. So we haven't taken a look at it. What we can do is make sure we know the numbers. It would be most likely to be whatever component of the 2 bedrooms are there. And we can provide some historical data to the planning board on that issue also.
Thank you. So I would, having done some research and spoken with our director of planning and our superintendent about this many times, not just about this project, but I want to remind the board that it took us about 10 years to fulfill or meet our capacity needs in town. And Ian, you've been on this board longer than all of us. That was the schools catching up to build out in various projects, transit-oriented village being one of them. Right now, these schools are dealing with, and maybe it's unique to Westborough, but the data that you speak to, which I'm aware of some of that. Westborough seems to be an outlier because we have families doubling up in apartments that are small apartments. I'm not going to say they're 1 or 2 bedroom, they're small apartments, and we have families that are doubling up. So while the data, I think historically would suggest that we, these would be kind of maybe retirees or younger families moving in, we will have children in these apartments, and I would like the planning board to take that into account. Our current numbers, like we typically factor, are about 1.5 children per family, regardless of, although that increases with square footage of the home. I think that needs to be well understood, because even at 1 child per unit, that's a lot of children coming into this community, which I always want to welcome, but we have to understand the impacts of that. And we haven't even talked about public safety. So I don't want to be Debbie Downer on this project, but I think we need to be, as a board, in our questions and comments back to the planning board as they consider it, I want to make sure at least my comments are on the record as to all of these items.
Thank you, Shelley. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I would just say, in going through, went back to my numbers on the units. I think you're right. I show 36 studio, 62 1 bedrooms, and 34 2 bedrooms. So about a quarter.
That's what I saw too, yep.
2 bedrooms. I am very in favor of mixed use housing. These mixed use developments. I feel it is a very good way to increase housing within the community, and it also then supports the retail that's within the same center. And I think we have to be cognizant of the number of potential school-age children coming in here, but I think with a quarter of the units is 2 bedrooms, hopefully, not as many as we've seen maybe in previous developments. I don't know what
I wish I shared your confidence, Sean.
I know what analysis can be done there. Is it my understanding that there is being some review done to see if the allocation that's available to the center, whether or not these units would require you to go above the sewer allocation?
There is. One of the challenges is, to some extent, the history of the center. It's getting close to 50 years. There's been buildings built, there's been buildings taken down, there's been buildings rebuilt, there's been buildings taken down, all through it. You know, the Colangelos might have the upper hand as far as the documentation, because that's the only project they have to worry about. DPW has an entire town to worry about. So some of it's trying to put together an awful lot of paper and try to follow it along, and we've been doing that. We'll be meeting in the next couple of weeks with DPW to review our findings with regard to that. What we've already committed and paid for as sewer allocation or units as referred to in the sewer regulations. And we will hopefully come to an agreement on it, so.
So there's some back and forth, and then a decision will be made one way or the other, and at that point.
Sure. And anytime you're talking about sewer, there's other things you can do, for lack of a better term. You know, we talked today about doing a infiltration analysis of the center itself in some fashion, which could find places in which, you know, there's been inflow that could be eliminated, and therefore the total, which obviously is unallocated, so nobody knows about it, but at least the flow to the plant is reduced, and that's kind of the real issue, is what's the flow to the plant.
Thank you.
The only other piece that I would just add as relates to questions about children is just, and understand the building is, to your point, been designed to not have exterior play areas or what have you. My question is, you can't restrict children from moving in, you know, and actually it's not a question, but children will live there, and that courtyard seems to be the central place where they will play. Other than that, it would be, I mean, we have some downtown playgrounds and a relatively nearby school, but otherwise it's a parking lot. And hopefully we continue to see retail rebound, and I think this center will draw. I mean, it's a beautiful concept. There's not a place for kids to play there, and I understand that it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? But that, I think, from a planning board perspective, as part of our comments, needs to be considered. Kind of planning for what I feel like is the inevitable, even though we don't want to plan for it, if that makes sense. Because there will be kids there, and they will be using the parking lot, and there will be people driving through there, and we're increasing traffic to some extent because we have 132 individuals or families living there.
I think you hit it. I think it's a two-edged sword, because I'm sure part of the design is not to attract children, to make it more unattractive to bring children, because there's not, and then you create something that makes it more attractive, you may attract more children, so.
I just think with eyes wide open.
If I could just add one more thing, and honestly, I appreciate Alan's points, although I will have to admit that I don't fully understand all of what he said there. What I did hit on was the initial comments on the discussions about going to 25% and making that 100% SHI, which was where my rental question came in. To me, I think, personally, I would encourage that, knowing the discussions we've had as a town and some of our SHI units today that are not in perpetuity, so that we know that there are some that we try to negotiate those, but there is risk of those pulling off. So having these units and having it 100% of these units go on our inventory would be very beneficial to the town. So I appreciate the consideration by the Colangelos of that, and I would just encourage the planning board to think about that seriously, because I think that was a definitely big benefit for the town. Sorry about that.
No, that's good, thank you. So a lot of great questions. The only thing I can add to this, I do also have concerns about the potential of number of children, whether it's 1 or 50 children that move in there. The only question that I can think of to ask, and related to that hasn't already been asked, is should the planning board consider how bus routing, and maybe this is also a dual question with the school committee, to understand how, if you have 1 child area, if you have 50, you're gonna have to provide busing services, because I don't believe that that's within walking distance or safe walking distance to at least, even Hastings, which is, a quarter mile away. Right, so, I look at the designs, makes sense from a adult driving in, parking in the garage perspective, but where would a kid pick up, where would the bus stop be, right? Mm-hmm. So that's something I'd want to, hopefully they look into understanding better. And then, Shelby, you talked about the green area, and Ian did just now as well. that's great to have that in the middle. I do think there is a need for some sort of green space to accommodate, or some sort of, I'll call it buffer zone, for lack of a better word. I'm imagining, looking at those designs there, if I saw them correctly, you've got that back entrance near the parking garage, underground parking garage area where folks can come out of. I think I saw a door in the front of the building as well, in the retail space that people
There
can
is.
come down out of. So those are the two access points that I'm seeing right now for children, or for all residents. And that drops them off into two fairly high-trafficked areas. So that would be a concern. So just something for the planning board and you all to work through. So, any other thoughts or questions?
No.
Anything else? Thank you very much for your time. Really
Thank you for
appreciate
your time.
presenting
Thanks a
tonight,
lot.
and we're excited.
Look forward to seeing this.
I'll just add one comment. It's a big change from the old flick. And I worked at Picture Perfect, so it's great to see. I think it's an exciting design, so thank you very much.
I worked at Brothers Stationery
There
too,
you
so.
go.
We're very excited about the project. And one thing too, is this is gonna be a revenue increasing to the town. In fact, we've gone back and forth with our town assessor and what the revenue is generated by the other complexes.
Yep.
And the way we're looking at it, this is gonna be a very substantial
Yep.
increased revenue to the town. And the way we've designed the units, we don't think it's gonna be a burden to the school. In fact, we've been talked to with some of the other officials in town. So we think this is a win-win. We live in town, I've lived in town for over 50 years with my wife, who's my partner. And we're very proud of this. We really want to do this, because we've been here for that long. So I
Thank you.
appreciate,
Well, thank you.
appreciate all
Thank
the
you.
support.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up to Mr. Johnson's question. So in the main building, there's 30 studios, 51 one-bedrooms, 32 bedrooms. And then in the retrofit building on the end, it'd be 6 studios, 11 one-bedrooms, and 4 two-bedrooms.
Perfect.
Can
Thank
you-
you very much.
Can you
Thank you.
repeat those numbers again? I'm sorry.
Yep, sorry. So in the main building,
Yep.
it's 30 studios,
Yep.
51 one-bed, 32 bed, and then in the retrofit building on
6,
the
11, 4.
end, yeah, it's 6, 11, and 4.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm just writing this down. All right. Moving on. So I think I see Maureen and Ed here for the request proclamation of April as Donate Life Month. So, welcome. Just for the town's awareness, this has been an agenda item in April and previous years. Mr. Bain, a resident of 5 Thomas Newton Drive, is requesting that the Select Board declare April as Donate Life Month, which is in support of citizens being organ donors. And he's being joined with our library director, Maureen Amiot, who was recently a kidney donor. Thank you both for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second and. I'll start. We just have a couple slides this morning, or this evening, rather. There we go. Okay. Yes, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive, and I'm here on behalf of New England Donor Services.
Maureen Amiot, 6 Arch Street.
Okay. First of all, thank you. We have been here in the past to ask that the Select Board declare that April is Donate Life Month in Westborough. Donate Life Month is, or April is Donate Life Month throughout the U.S., and there are many activities that are going on to promote organ donation. So we're going to go back and forth. We're going to.
So as you can see here, in 2023, over 23,000 organ donors got to help save lives. I got to be one of the lucky ones, and I'm really thankful for that opportunity. When I was doing some research for the presentation, I came across some stats from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and I wanted specifically Massachusetts. And in Massachusetts in 2023, almost 2,000 people were added to transplant waiting lists. And 251 people died while waiting for transplants just here in Massachusetts. So you can see some of the other statistics, and that over 100,000 people are waiting. And Ed found the statistic that 100,000 is approximate seating capacity of Gillette and Fenway combined. That's a lot of people.
Okay. The good news is that last year in 2023 in New England, just in New England, we had 549 organ donors, which was an 11% increase from the previous year. And it's been up 52% since 2020. Obviously, that was during COVID. And that they were able to create the opportunity for, over 1,400 organ transplants, because one person can provide, multiple organs. So oftentimes, one person will be able to help, many, actually up to 8 or more people, if they're an organ donor. And that's a 5.5% increase, from the previous year.
So one of the things that I learned about in my journey was about living donation. And living donation is an alternative for individuals who are waiting for an organ transplant from a deceased donor. It's when, so if you're not familiar, it's when a living person donates an organ or part of an organ to another person. It usually involves transplantation of a kidney, one, because you gotta have one. But other times it's part of a liver, the lobe of one lung, a portion of the pancreas, or a portion of an intestine. But the donation of a kidney is the most common form of living donation, and as you can see here, the need is really serious and profound.
All right. I remember, similar to Maureen, a little birdie told me about her journey, so I called her up and said, well, I've been on that path before myself in 2009 when I was able to donate, and just encouraged her to continue on her journey, and she did at Tufts Hospital in October?
October.
Okay. So basically, we're just asking the select board to declare April as Donate Life Month in Westborough. And we also ask anybody who may be listening to consider being an organ donor. They can register at registerme.org and indicate that they would like to be an organ donor. Also, if they, on their driver's license, whenever they renew or get a new driver's license, they can so indicate that they want to be an organ donor, and there'll be a small heart printed on their driver's license. So we're just asking for your support and having an opportunity to, present some of these numbers to you tonight.
You have questions?
No, thank you both for coming forward in what you've both done for others. Thank you very much. Do you want to read that?
Do you want,
You're the vice chair.
do you want me to do it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So we will, our motion will be in the text of the proclamation that I will read. So whereas there are more 114,000 Americans with more than 5,000 in New England who are currently waiting for life-saving organ transplant, and whereas there are over 1 million life-enhancing tissue transplants each year that are made possible by the generous donation of corneas, bone, skin, or other tissue, and whereas we can all help to save someone's life and benefit up to 50 recipients by signing up to become an organ and tissue donor by enrolling in the Massachusetts Donor Registry when we apply for or renew our driver's licenses, or by registering online at www.whoops, sorry, just shrunk. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Thank you, Christy. Something just happened. www.donatelifema.org, and whereas Massachusetts is a leader in donor designation rates and is dedicated to making it fast and easy to sign up to save a life through our registry of motor vehicles, and whereas this observance pays tribute to organ and tissue donors, Thank you. And their families whose decisions to donate life enables others to receive life-saving organs and tissues for transplant. Now, therefore, the Select Board of the Town of Westborough does hereby proclaim April 2024 to be Donate Life Month and urge all the citizens of Westborough to take cognizance of the event and participate fittingly in its observance.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any further questions? All right, we'll take a vote. All those in favor? Terrific, thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you.
Can we do a little photo op if we have a minute?
Sure.
A little back.
Absolutely. Come around front.
He always has his banner.
Look better.
You go anywhere without this?
Oh, and if I may put in a quick plug for the town website, can we throw that under latest news and updates?
What's that?
Can we throw that under latest news and
Oh,
updates?
yeah.
That's where I get all my town information.
It's a good website.
Not from our packet?
I guess I did have one more quick question. Was there, I didn't see that there was a request to possibly put the literature up on the billboard? Did I miss?
That would go through Sealand.
I may have
Going
already
through
put it
you?
up there.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
all
usually
right.
just,
All right,
yeah, we,
good.
the board doesn't.
I'm pretty sure it's up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, terrific, thank you. All right, so moving on to number 8, Winter Lights Agreement with the Rotary Club.
Great.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
School, if I can.
Sure.
To you and for you. Good evening. My name's Jim Colson, 15 West End Avenue here in Westborough. I'm also chair of the Rotary Club of Westborough's Westborough Winter Lights Committee. We have 8 other members there. I have a one-page handout here. I'm not going to go through it all, but I wanted to pick out a couple of highlights. First of all, the Winter Lights is coordinated by the Rotary Club of Westborough. But we are certainly not the only people that are involved in this. As a matter of fact, we're supported logistically by a vendor, Christmas Decor, who have done an excellent job for us in the last 3 years. And as well as Westborough DPW, the rec department, and the police, among others, I guess. But it's really made possible by a lot of small businesses and families here in Westborough. And we sell banners that you've probably seen. I think this year we sold something like 56 banners here in town. And here's a list of people and companies. You'll notice I put them on here because most of them are very, very small businesses. These are the mom and pop shops that we have here in Westborough, and they've supported this whole process to the hilt. So let me get to why I'm here. We did a contract in 2021. We revised it in 2022, and that is when we did the big white lights in the Rotary, as well as all of the lamp posts. And so our old contract, it was up as of this year. So in order to go ahead with the lights in the same way that we have, particularly in the past 2 years, we need a new contract. Our vendor came back to us with a price that was very, very close to what they had done before. I mean, I think it was less than 1% increase. And I've listed some of the numbers here only to show you why we are signing a 3-year contract. There's about a $4,000 savings to us directly on this, as well as some prepaid discounts. So our total ends up being about a $5,000 savings if we go ahead and do it in 3 years. So what we would like to do as the Rotary Club of Westborough is we'd like to do another 3 years, like we did this year at least, and sign a new 3-year contract with our vendor. We would, by doing this, we would be able to hold our banner price at $400, which we think is very important because of the size small business that we're dealing with here in town. And so what we're asking, because we do a license agreement with the town, and in the past, we've just done it for 12 months. But, you know, when we got talking about it in our board meeting, we realized that we were taking on a 3-year commitment, but we only really knew for 12 months that we would be licensed to go ahead and do this. So we're coming back to you with a small change in that license agreement from what we've signed previously with you. And I have it here. It's under agreement, section 3, duration of rights. It says the rights granted hereunder shall commence on April 30th, 2024 and terminate on February 28th, 2027. So that gives us the same 3-year window that we have with our contractual vendor. And there are other outs for the town in that agreement, the standard outs that you would want in there. But this at least gives us a warm and fuzzy, if you will, that we have your commitment for 3 years. We're making a fairly sizable commitment. So that's really why I'm here. I hope you've enjoyed the Winter Lights. We've had a lot of positive feedback.
Beautiful.
And, you know, we've got a fairly large committee that works on it. We have, I think, 9 people on our committee, plus there must be another 25 that actually get involved in the event the night of when we turn on the lights, which is a huge community event. We have the Santa Claus comes in and so on. So we've really, really enjoyed doing this for the town, and hope we can continue on, and I hope you'll give us the 3-year window we're seeking in that contract.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for bringing this forward. Any questions or comments? I'll just say that the lights are beautiful. I always enjoy it. My family does. I think the rest of the board would probably echo that. So thank you for bringing this forward. I think it makes a lot of sense to move into this. So with that said, I'll look for. Oh, sorry. Yes, I did want to ask Christy if you had any thoughts.
Well, I just wanted to add that another change in the license is the provision of a police detail for the removal of the lights and the adding of the lights. So just wanting to draw the board's attention to that. I've talked to Chief Minardi. It's not an issue, but it wasn't previously in the license, and now it is.
Okay.
That's for the Rotary?
Yes.
Main Rotary
Yeah.
lights. Yeah, we had police detail this year.
Yeah, it just wasn't previously in the license.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, with that said, can I get a motion?
I will move to authorize the town manager to execute the winter lights agreement with the Rotary Club of Westborough for a term beginning April 30th, 2024, and ending February 28th, 2027, as indicated here.
Second?
Any further discussion?
Love it.
All those in favor? Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Colson.
Thank you very
We look forward to it.
On to number 9, presentation of the boards and committees module for the town's website.
Yeah. Have a-
Welcome, Owen. Just introduce yourself when you're ready.
Just one second. Good evening, members of the Select Board. Owen Page, Management Analyst and Communications Assistant with the Town of Westborough. I'm here to present to you the, hold on just one second, the Granicus module that we have just recently implemented onto the website and that we are now using for management of boards and committees. So just a little bit of overview on it. It's the Gov Meeting Boards and Commissions module administered by Granicus, which is a company that does a lot of work with municipal entities. It basically allows for us to streamline the board and committee management process and puts the kind of power in staff's hands to make sure that that is a clean and consistent process throughout. We accept and process applications for board and committee members through this module, and there are internal tracking measures built in to ensure that all the proper steps are taken. You know, there are oaths of office conducted, there are appointments at meetings, that disclosures have been submitted, and it also tracks all of our expiration dates and active vacancies so that we know well ahead of time when we may need to reappoint or start pushing out information about an active vacancy. So just as a kind of quick overview, this is an image of the dashboard on the back end. This is not something that the public would be seeing, but something that I wanted to show you just to give you a sense of what we're dealing with. We have 36 active boards currently in the system with a total of 274 individual seats throughout all of them. That one application, that was a test that we put through, but as applications come in, they will rack up there. And it also indicates, if you see in the kind of gray graph below, when there are terms expiring soon, as well as the number of open vacancies at this moment. So each board and committee now has an individual iframe that scrolls in place of the former table that listed the board and committee membership. As the roster changes, we as staff would make a change on the back end of the module. That change is automatically implemented onto these pages, saving us a lot of time and back and forth, making sure that, you know, everything is right, things were taken care of. It takes one entry point, and we can make sure that the boards are actively represented. The application process is fully online. Those are reviewed by the relevant staff and moved along as required. I work closely with Sela in the town manager's office, as well as members of the town clerk's office, to ensure that we were checking all the right boxes for the information that we needed to collect, as well as making sure that our record kind of keeping process was enhanced, that this would really benefit the way that we were keeping records as a town. So just as a kind of point of example, I will show you what your page now looks like. It looks relatively similar, with the one notable exception that this is the iframe in question. You see the scroll bar right here.
We can't see it.
Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. This is not. All right, there we go. All right. See it now? Good. All right, so right here, select board page. Right here at the bottom is the select board roster with a brief description of the board, list of vacancies, terms expired, the members, the length of term. All of this is kind of information that is relevant. Each board has their own version of this. Right here, we have the list of existing members, as well as the relevant appointing authority. In your case, this would be an election, but in other cases, this is the town manager or yourselves as the select board. Where we have placed the kind of application process is under board committee vacancies. We have a full list of the boards and the active vacancies as well. And so if somebody were to be interested in applying, they could either click this blue button right here or click the online application button there. It would take them to our online application. They'd fill it out with all of the relevant information we ask. Submit, it goes right into the dashboard. We get notified of it, and we can start processing them pretty much immediately. One other thing to note is that this is also a system that is allowing us to kind of expand the contact information we have for boards and committees. There's a email system associated with it if we need to get in touch with board and committee members for whatever reason, something that we didn't quite have in centralized prior to doing this. A lot of this information was culled from multiple different places. It's now all housed in one place. It's going to save us a lot of time in the town manager's office. The town clerk's office has said exactly the same thing, that this is going to make this process a lot easier and that we're going to have accurate and up-to-date board and committee information pretty much as people are appointed and things move forward. So with that, are there any questions related to this.
Thank you. So very exciting. I know we talked about this, so it's always great to see these things come forward and actually be live. Is there a way to, I think everyone is required to take open meeting law training to track that people have actually completed that?
So we have, as part of those internal tracking measures, so that is one of the lists that we have, and that's associated with the town clerk's office.
Okay.
They kind of can track that on their end with the state. When that's completed, they'll be notified and they check a box.
Okay.
So that basically we're adhering to kind of a formal process here.
Okay.
That as things happen, boxes are checked, but if boxes aren't being checked, we're taking the right steps to ensure that, somebody isn't attending a meeting that they shouldn't be at.
Yep.
For instance, if they haven't, taken the oath of office as well. These are
Sure.
all,
Right.
or filed a financial disclosure. These will all be things that we're tracking, uploading into the system so that we have them present to pull up at a moment's notice.
Okay. And is there intention of a push notification if someone hasn't completed some action?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why we're
Okay.
pulling this extra information from folks. This
Great.
email addresses basically is you can kind of also, as terms are kind of coming up, you can send them a notification through the system saying, hey, your term's coming up soon. Would you like to be reappointed? It can become kind of fully internalized rather than making sure, oh, did anybody send that email? Are they even aware?
Sure.
You answered my question on being sworn in. It's one of the things we've always said in committees that have been on, and it's a new person, like, have you been sworn in? No one knows whether they can vote or not, so this will be great, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so now that will be fully tracked.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, just a question for you. Is there, I apologize if it's there, is there ability to provide, you had the description of what the committee is, but also some information about how often the committee meets, that type of information, because as people look at this page, which I think is fantastic, this information, to get more participation and involvement in the community, one of the things people will always ask is, well, what's the level of commitment? So understanding that piece of it is something that might be also helpful to.
That's already on all of the committee pages.
It is, okay.
Yep.
So, but is that link, like if I was to say, hey, I want to click on Active Transportation Safety Committee, will that bring me to that information? Will I see that information within the space of?
That would not be there now.
Okay.
That can be added.
Yeah, just don't want to have people having to.
Yeah,
go look at two
it
different
is on the
places.
individual pages, but with this, it is not there yet.
Okay, yep, thank you. Let's see, any other questions, comments?
great.
Yeah,
No.
this is fantastic. I love seeing the additional capabilities of the website
And efficiencies.
and the efficiency, yeah.
Good for you guys, yes.
Yes, good job.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on to 10, Department of Energy Resources Technical Assistant Grant for Decarbonization Planning, Commitment to Climate Leaders Community Requirements.
Yeah, so this is, as I put in your packet, this is a grant application at this point, and typically I would just sign the grant applications, but as you'll see, this specific grant application for technical assistance requires the community to commit to pursuing the climate leaders designation. That's something that you heard about from Peter Dunbeck and Ben Bowers as we were leading up to annual meeting, or to town meeting. And so it really is a policy decision of the board as to whether or not we're going to pursue that. Included in your packet is some information about what the Climate Leaders Program is. In addition, there's also all of the slides that you were presented for the municipal decarbonization plan. So if you have questions, I can try to answer them. I know Patrick can also answer some.
Yep.
Do you want to?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, so I do recall the presentation at town meeting as it relates to this. My question, sorry, I'm trying to get to I'm looking on page 383 and 384 of our nearly 600-page packet tonight.
Yep.
The Number 3 says, commit to eliminate on-site fossil fuel use by 2050 in municipal buildings and operations. That is the, I think the one that I'm just not sure of. I don't know that we've studied the impact of that, and I realize this is, correct me, is this non-binding?
Right, so you're committing to pursue that. It's not sort of legally binding. If the town is interested in attempting to pursue it, there's often other votes that would need to be taken or appropriations to get to that point. But this is a sort of a policy decision to pursue it.
Okay, because, the other elements, I feel like we've in some ways already made steps toward that in terms of, like, for example, adopt a zero-emission vehicle first policy. We're
We'll work on that right
inching
now.
toward that,
Yeah.
right? Number 3, though, I'm not sure that that we have any idea of the cost implications to the town, and so I'm supportive of this based on how Christie has framed it, but I think that I would expect we need to have further conversation about how we would achieve number 3.
Yeah, I think that this grant is going to allow us the ability to get that technical assistance and expertise to help us to develop that roadmap, which will allow us to better understand what that level of commitment will be for on-site fuel use by 2050. So they're kind of interwoven. They have to work together to achieve it. So this is an important step to, again, better understanding it. And I think inside your packet, you'll see that there's a graphic, it was actually in the slides, that shows an example of what the roadmap would look like, and it shows how the buildings are staggered and how those buildings will be looked at over time to understand, what the cost is associated with driving that commitment on decarbonization across the municipal buildings. So let me see, it's page 399. Shows an example of a number of buildings and how they stagger over the years to understand them.
Can I just follow on that? So if I looked at those as municipal buildings and operations.
Right.
Yes.
So that means, I think, everything. So basically, heavy
Driving.
equipment, driving.
Right, so that's where what we call the ZEV policy comes into effect, the zero emission vehicle policy that we're working on right now. There are exempt and non-exempt vehicles in that, and they're going to be very clearly defined. We're actually, to give you a bit of a preview of it, we're actually using the state's, the DOER's example, as well as we've done some work at looking at other communities that have already adopted a zero emission vehicle policy to customize that to really what best suits Westborough. But that's really speaking to that operational piece as well. And we are very aware of the limitations on what vehicles are available today in context of heavy vehicles, et cetera.
So if I understand, so this was related to the article at town meeting, and we had put forward, I think, $12,000 for the article if we don't get this grant. So I'm assuming the grant is for some amount that's 12,000 or less.
I'm not sure how much it's for.
So,
Yes, that's
so
what I
we say
recall.
yes,
That's what I
we
remember,
want,
yes.
so we say yes, we're gonna do this, and we get the grant, and then in a year's time, we decide, you know what, this is a little bit more than we thought it was, and I guess the penalty is perhaps we give back this grant.
That question hasn't been asked before, so I'm not sure if that's exactly how it would work, but,
I would say yes.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that that's sort of the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of trying to figure out what the potential impact could be of us changing our mind about this in the future, and at this point, that's as far as, that's, what we've committed to this point, so.
I think there's a difference between the board committing to it at this point and then finding that as you're pursuing it, it's something that we can't do for various reasons, or committing to it and then just sort of abandoning that
Right.
pursuit, So I think if you read the email that Ben has, that Ben sent that's included in your packet, it talks about his discussions with our contact at DEP and they're sort of understanding that this is sort of a policy goal.
Yep.
If it's not a goal of the board, we shouldn't pursue it. If it's a goal that you want to pursue, then you can commit to that. And certainly if things come up, I think there's understanding that there's
Yeah.
reasons that towns might not be able to move forward.
And I think we heard at town meeting by vote to support this and move forward. So I think it's, the right next step is for us to pursue this and, to understand kind of what other assistance is available as we try to map this out. So
Yeah, and I
I'm
would just-
supportive of it. I just wanted to call attention to number 3, which seems like a,
Well, I mean, I think why, if you go to page 397, it's the slide that shows the, check boxes on the 6 items as to what we feel that we've checked off from Sustainable Westborough's perspective. The municipal decarbonization commitment is checked off, and that's because we have already, we've already adopted the climate action plan. And we did verify with DOER that does qualify to meet that item.
okay.
So now we're really focused on those last 3 items, that roadmap.
Yep.
Zero emissions and the stretch goals.
Yep.
Can I just ask a question on the, I think, Christie, it goes back to yours. So making the commitment for the grant now, and I agree with Shelby, we kind of heard it at town meeting to move forward, but for example, I think we've heard a little bit, but not a lot on the stretch energy code and what that means, and I would expect that we would hear more because that's one of the things to get to as climate leaders, but I think that, I don't know enough about what that actually means, and I think that the getting the details for something like that
Sure.
will be important.
Yep. I think we-
And Fred's here, and he's actively working with folks from Sustainable Westborough to sort of understand that as it rolls out too. So I think there's a lot to sort of learn around that item as well as others.
Yeah.
So we'll look for the best opportunity to bring that forward, for the rest of the board to understand the impact.
It'll be when we're ready to opt in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. You just look at it and you're like, okay, commit to eliminate on-site fossil fuel use by 2050. I'm like, wait, did we just commit
Right.
for the next 26 years? No, we're just continuing down this, we're committing to continue down this path and continue to research.
Okay, other questions, comments?
Do we need a motion on this or
Let's
anything?
just go back up to check.
Yes.
Yes, we
Move to commit the town of Westborough to meeting all climate leaders' community requirements within 1 year of the Technical Assistance Grant Award.
Second?
Second?
Is this a question now? Does that mean that by that language that within a year we have to adopt the stretch?
That's what the application says. That's what you're committing to. Yeah. It's to within 1 year of receiving this technical assistance grant.
I think so Ben's, to your point, that was my concern with the motion. Ben's message says it confirms I've consulted with Kelly Brown. She clarified, well, it confirms our intention to explore these matters within the next year. It doesn't dictate the outcome of town meetings, and I think ultimately that means
That's
the
what town
implement.
meeting.
Right,
Okay.
and if
Right.
town meeting voted it down, then that goes to Sean's point about the grant money
Okay.
as well, so, yeah.
Perfect.
And anything going to town meeting would be coming before us anyway.
Yep.
Right.
So, for those matters, I'm
Okay.
okay.
Yep.
But I'm
When I read that for
interested
again,
in
it's
more.
like, yeah, exactly. Committing without
There's
not
work to be
knowing.
done here.
Right.
So, but to start this part of the process, we need this to move forward. So, okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll look for a vote. All those in favor? Terrific, thank you. All right, item 11, approval of the sewer moratorium regulation. Welcome, Chris.
Hi.
Turn it on.
Yeah, just because we have an audience. Way back.
get these popped up, or?
Yeah.
So, Chris Payant, Director of Public Works. With me tonight is Lisa Lane, our town engineer, sitting behind us here, and Joe Bacadoro, our assistant town engineer, and then online is Jeff Blake from KP Law. So we're here with a recommendation to implement a sewer moratorium. I have a few things to go through to give you some context, and then we'll talk specifically at the end about the document. I do want to highlight the role of Lisa and Joe. So we've been talking a lot about the subject of sewer and, some work we're doing. And Lisa has, spent basically the last year and a half doing the detailed work in terms of collecting data, analyzing it, and putting it all together for us. So a big lift. And then Joe, although he hasn't worked for the town for 2 decades, he's been associated with this aspect of the town, and in terms of his professional background in wastewater management, but also specifically with Westborough and his interaction. So both very familiar with the topic and can certainly chime in to give some feedback during the conversation. So so here's what we're going to talk about. I'm cognizant of the time, and I'll try to go through this quickly, but I do want to make sure everybody understands this is a very complex issue, and there's a lot to it, and we're going to talk about it in 15 minutes. I know we've had several opportunities in the past to talk about wastewater management, and this is another opportunity to do that, so I'm taking advantage of the opportunity to not only hopefully educate you or inform you before you have to make a decision, but also anybody that's listening that might be trying to understand what's going on. So summary of the CWMP, the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. That's the plan that guides us when we develop sewer infrastructure in a town. And so you evaluate your needs, you come up with some alternatives, and then you identify which one you want to go with, and you develop your plan, and then you have to make sure it's financially feasible, which is pretty routine for us, but probably more important and more of a particular aspect of sewer is the environmental aspect of it, and that requires lots of coordination work, and so it's a lengthy process. We're in the middle of updating our existing plan.
Chris, your slides dropped off.
Okay.
He's working on it in the back. They're behind you.
Oh, okay,
Can
good.
you do it on the screen?
They're behind us.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Is that on the screen here? Or?
No,
No.
that's okay. We also have it in our packet,
Okay.
so
Go ahead.
we're good.
Okay. So I just wanted to touch on the history, just because I want to make it clear the town has been very proactive and been doing things for the past 20 years. We've been operating off of our previous CWMP, which we're updating. And so the focus of that map shows, a little difficult to see, but there's a bunch of little circles on the map that identify areas of the town. And so the plan back in the early 2000s was how can we extend our sewer service to people around the town. And so that's what we spent the last decade and a half doing in that document on the right, which you don't need to read, but it's a list, it's a plan, it's a priority list for how we were going to expand sewer to the town. So I just want to make sure we're all clear that the town was proactively doing things for the past year, and where we're at now is different. So we've done that work. Now we're reevaluating the plan and seeing what our next steps are.
Chris, can I just ask, because I was not clear on this chart. So this is work that's already been done. What is in this chart? This is sort of historical looking back, or this includes work being done today?
So this is work that's been done. If you read every street on this list, I'm not saying that was done, but we're done extending sewer for now. This is complete, and we're on to updating and moving to whatever's next.
So I would just add that
Come on up, introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. I would just add that the CWMP was done approximately 20 years ago. It's a 20-year plan. So right now is the appropriate time to do what we are doing. And obviously, for other reasons, it's a good time to do it, so.
And what was your name? Sorry.
Oh,
Lisa
I'm
Lane,
sorry,
town
Lisa
engineer.
Lane,
Okay.
town engineer.
Thank you.
Apology.
So everything we do is driven by our permit. So again, you don't need to read it, but we have a permit, it's listed on the right. I've talked a lot about how we take water out of the ground and we send it to a treatment plant and send it back into the Assabet River. And this document speaks specifically to the Assabet River, which is where our wastewater, after it's cleaned, goes. And the table on the left shows how we operate a regional plant, so it's not ours. It's in Westborough, but it's not ours. We, as you all know, there's a board, and we are participants in that board. So Westborough's share of the approved permit allocation is, so approved permit allocation is 7.68, and we have 2.89 is what we're allowed to send to the plant. So this chart just shows our actual flow for the past 10 years. So if you look to the far right, under 2023, that's last year's average, 2.27 million gallons per day. At the bottom of the chart shows 2.89, so we want the number on that graph to be less than 2.89. So you look at that and you're like, oh, we're good, we're under 2.89, but this is not really the focus of our effort. We get this every day, it's tracked, it's metered, we know exactly where we are. The thing we're interested in is more along these lines, which is our allocation. So this is a very simplistic couple of examples, scenarios, but scenario one, so I'm a property owner and I've been permitted or allocated in some form or fashion, been told I have 10,000 gallons of sewer capacity per day. But I'm only using 2,000, right? So there's a delta there of 8 that's not being used, that, you know, if you're never going to use it, then maybe you don't need it. I don't know, but we need to look at that and figure out, is there some capacity that maybe could be brought back to the town or something? I don't know. And that scenario, there's a dozen or so different sub-scenarios that apply in terms of how did you pay for it? Were you permitted? Do we have documentation? Like all those different things. And those are all the properties are broken down into those categories, and then each one has to be evaluated on its own. On the right side of the screen is scenario 2, which is I've been allocated something as a property owner, but I'm actually using more than I've been allocated. And we know that we make that determination based off of water use, because we don't meter sewer. We basically go off of what your water meter says. So, you know, that's another challenging situation, because if I'm a business owner, I've been doing this for a couple of decades, we can't just go in there. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do, but I wouldn't think we're likely going to just tell somebody you can't do your business anymore. So we have to figure these things out, and a lot of that is the paperwork side of things, not the actual flow, which was the previous slide. It's how much have we committed to the town. So our limit is 2.89, but if we've committed some number over that, then that's a concern, because if everybody actually used what they were committed, then we'd be over our limit, and we don't want that to happen. And so we are conducting this study to figure out where we stand on this allocation. So before we jump into the specific document, I just want to highlight that we are doing things in parallel to think about the future and how we could potentially provide some answers to a problem if we have a shortage of flow, or we need more capacity. And none of these answers or none of these things are going to happen tomorrow. Aquifer recharge, we've talked about that recently in the past year, several times at different meetings. We've talked about it from the standpoint of water supply, which is why we're doing it, about getting water back into the ground. But an alternative to sending water into the Assabet River is to redirect it into the ground, which is, as to our understanding, a more preferable option on the environmental side when it comes to permitting. So before we can do that, we have to figure out if that's even possible. And so right now, we have a feasibility study underway to see are there even locations in Westborough where this could be possible. So right now, we're doing that. It's a grant-funded effort, and this summer, we'll have some results of that, preliminary results. The second one is I&I. We've talked about that in various ways too, but that's basically preventing groundwater. The infiltration part of that is preventing groundwater from getting into our pipes, which then goes to the plant and makes our number higher than than we want it to be. And that I&I solution that's not the end-all solution, but that's certainly something we should be trying to do. And so just in the last month, we had a project downtown, the signs all over the place, and many are aware that, we lined some pipes, over 7,000 feet of pipe downtown. So clay pipe that is, in many cases not functioning the way it should be. We fixed it. There's more to be done, but ongoing. And water conservation, I'm not really talking about like turning the water off when you brush your teeth. I'm talking about like, big industrial level recycling or reusing water and not saying in the sewer, like different things like that we've been promoting for many, many years. And so that's kind of an ongoing but always important activity. So our recommendation is that we adopt a sewer moratorium. And this is just an excerpt because I know everybody maybe watching doesn't have the draft that you all have. But this is the gist of it right here: to protect the integrity of the town's sanitary sewer system by prohibiting new connections, system expansion, and increases in flow for a temporary period of time, to determine whether and upon what terms and conditions such increases in flow may be permitted in the future. So keyword there, temporary. We are proposing this as a temporary thing while we figure out what's going on. So this recommendation recognizes that we have capacity limits, and we should be paying attention to that and working hard to figure out, where we stand and what we want to do. It requires your approval because it's a regulation, and the select board approves sewer regulations. It basically buys us some time. Like, we just kind of stop what we're doing, take a breath. I know it's not good news for everybody. No, it's not good news for anybody, but it's something I think we're recommending because it just needs to be done. Like, we need to stop what we're doing, make sure we have a handle on things, and then put out some good, make some good decisions. Which ties to the next bullet about future allocations. So, we have these priorities for the town, like the master plan that says we want, downtown development and multifamily housing. But if we give it all out to our commercial side, because we've held off on multifamily for many, many years, by the time we get to an answer, we may not have any left to give out. So we might want to hold on to it for now, figure out where our priorities are, figure out how much we have available, if there's any, and then make some smart decisions off of that. We're proposing a year duration. There was some discussion about how long it should be, and was a year too long or not enough? I think that a year is about right. That's kind of the feedback we've gotten from other places as well, other towns that have done this. If it's less than a year, then great. We can always lift it. But I don't really want to be back in 3 months and doing this again, asking for an extension. I think we should commit to a time frame, and then it's predictable for everybody, at least for a year, and then we can adjust as we need to if it's appropriate over time. So there are some exceptions in the document. I think it's important to highlight them. So the first one there is existing single-family home. That's really about safety, public health, right? So if there's an issue, we should probably resolve this. If your septic system isn't working and there's the opportunity to connect to the sewer system, we should probably allow that. A change in use, that doesn't impact us, right? So if you change your use, but you're within your allocation, that's fine. The next three are basically, we've already made these commitments, right? So if somebody's paid for something but hasn't connected yet, we've already allocated that flow. So we think these are appropriate exceptions. The last one is an increase. And we kind of went through all of these things, and we just thought that, one, the impact of new construction, new single-family housing construction is relatively minimal, because there's not really a whole lot of opportunities out there necessarily. And there is an interest in housing, increased housing and opportunities for housing. And so, that's why that's on there. We just thought that was a legitimate thing that we could support. So those are the exceptions. the last thing I'll highlight, just, and then open to questions, is our timeline. So way ahead. So we're expecting in June, we would get basically a memo with a table. And that table is going to say, here's the summary of your allocation. Here's where it's all going. That's our current use. But the important thing that we can't do is the projection, because we don't just want to know what we have right now. We want to know how much more we're going to think we need in the future for based on development and everything else. So we get that table in June. It'll be a draft product. It'll be circulated amongst the staff, and I assume eventually, brought to various boards and committees, and we can then make some potential decisions on which directions we want to go for next steps. And these guys have said it a few times, like at some point, we kind of move past the engineering of this, and it's more about what do we want to do, and how much risk do we want to take on, and what are our priorities? But we can't really bring that conversation to you yet until we have the numbers, and that's what we need this summer. And then after we get that, that's not the end of the CWMP. That's like a chapter of the book, basically. So that's just giving us something to work off of. And then based on what direction we choose to go with that, we give that back to the people working with us to develop the CWMP, and that steers them in a direction to start investigating further whatever steps we choose to take. That's it.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Who do you want to start?
Chris, can you go back to the exceptions, because it's a little bit different, I think, than what we have in our packet.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
Yes. So I sent you a packet. I think you have 5 listed.
Yep.
And there's 6 here. These 6 are what's in the memo. I originally summarized 2 of them because
Okay.
they basically
Yeah.
are very similar.
Okay.
So this matches what's in the actual
Okay.
regulation.
So, first of all, thank you, Lisa, Joe, for all your work on this. I can't imagine how extensive it is. So, I guess I'm not clear in this slide that you showed, where you kind of showed an example of allocated flow in the 2 scenarios we would have. So, do we as a town know every household, every business in terms of what their allocation is? I guess that's my first question. Like, do we have that mapped or graphed or someplace?
We have it figured out for commercial properties.
Okay,
And then for single-family homes.
it's kind of a blanket number.
We have an estimate. So 4-bedroom house is what we use.
Okay.
And so we use that number.
Okay, so we have it for commercial, industrial, and
Yep.
residential,
Yep.
okay. So the part that we're missing, if I understood correctly, is the actual flow by those individuals. So, I mean, you could look at, I guess I'm trying to understand, what is the year gonna give us? So we know the allocations by address, basically, right?
Yep.
What don't we know from those
So-
example scenarios?
So all of that is individually broken out by property.
Yep,
That all needs to be consolidated. Like, we're not gonna discuss here every individual property.
Right.
We're gonna aggregate that
Yep.
into various buckets, and it's going to have a current use, a projected use. So
Yep.
take commercial, right? So
Mhm.
commercial is X number right now, but that we've allocated, right? And then we've projected that we're gonna need this much in the future. And you do that for all your various.
And that's different uses within that category then, right? Because commercial has various uses, right? You could have office, you could have biotech, or am I getting ahead?
You're getting a little into the weeds of it, which
Slightly.
we would not be talking that level of detail. We would just be talking commercial properties.
Okay,
This much of our 2.89 is gonna be devoted to commercial
Okay.
property, or commercial development. And this much is gonna be devoted to residential. And our current table has an other, and has the hospital in there, like, it's whatever we want it to say, basically, but we're gonna draft a breakdown by big buckets, and it'll show us our current and our projected, and likely what it's gonna say is we've committed more than we have available, and so our the town's work is gonna be to see where we can potentially gain
Kinda
some of that
reclaim.
back and reduce that delta between our limit and what we've committed.
Okay.
And then we can see, like, if you're double your limit, that's a pretty big deal. But if we are just a little bit over, then maybe we're a little more comfortable with that, and that leads us down a different path. And you asked about actual, so
yeah.
we do know our actual, I mean, based off of water, and that's also factored in the table. But I want to make a point that, like, we have to work off of a baseline. So in this example, the one on the left, so in that scenario, that property is using less than they were allocated. But we can't plan off of that less. We have to plan off of the allocated, because that's what we've committed to. And so it's important to know that, but it doesn't solve our problem, because we don't know that if, 6 years from now, they're gonna use all of their allocation.
Right, but it does open the conversation for, is there opportunity to close that gap? In
Sure.
that, right.
Yeah.
So as you described. So is there opportunity further down the road? I feel like we've had this conversation, and I'm not going to quote the right sort of state body or entity, but because there is pressure east to west to grow and develop, we just heard a great development plan that came before this board, before you presented tonight. Is there a plan? Can we appeal to some higher authority bodies, like, for additional capacity? So let's say we do all of this and we say we're at, we're close across residential, commercial, industrial, whatever. We got a problem, right? Because Westborough can't grow. This is my words. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. But then what? We're just kind of stuck, and we're sort of in neutral? Or can we appeal to get more capacity? And I'm sure there's a cost to do that.
Yeah. So the answer is yeah, it's not really appeal, it's just we request more, right? But so the answer is yes, we can do that. It's not just us, though, if we're talking about the wastewater, the plant we have, right? Because there's a whole this CWMP is that process.
Yep.
So we would be expected to follow this process, which is laid out. There's a whole format to the CWMP, and you follow this process, and you get to a point where you then have recommendations. If one of those is to go ask for more capacity, like to send more flow to our plant, then that requires a whole process to work with DEP and get the approvals. But that wouldn't be Westborough. If it's the plant, it wouldn't be Westborough. Hopkinton would have to go through their process, same CWMP. Shrewsbury, same CWMP. We'd have to all agree that we want to do this, and then we go through that then we actually get to the point where we can ask the question and see if that's a possibility.
So,
and that's so it is possible. It's not something that is going to be easy. So then we would go down other avenues, right? So we could potentially do something else on our own inside of Westborough. And so those are all the things that we would be looking at to do. But you can't really start down that road until you really know the magnitude of the problem, because we don't need to start talking about a plant if our requirement isn't really big enough to drive the need for a plant.
Sure.
We need to kind of narrow those things down.
I understand. I was just obviously looking way down,
Yeah.
long after my time.
Just to jump in there, Shelby, but
Yeah.
am I correct that what you just said there is something that Shrewsbury's doing right now? I mean, they have the limit here, but they're expanding, but I could be wrong, but I thought I read that they're exploring their own standalone plant.
I don't know the details of Shrewsbury. I generally understand that they are doing so If you look at the numbers at the plant, in terms of like who's at their limits.
That's what I was gonna ask, yeah.
We're at 79% of our capacity. Hopkinton's at 80. This is the 2023 numbers, and Shrewsbury's at 84. So we're actually at the lowest out of the, users. So I do believe they are doing something, but it's not at our plant. They're sending it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Which is
Right.
probably for the reasons I just described, because, they'd be waiting on us or somebody else to do their part, and that adds to the time.
I have so many more questions that we don't have time for. No, really, to better understand this, I guess I'm, and maybe if, do you have other questions? Because
Open up. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, if we could stay on this screen, just so I understand the exceptions as well, because I think that's part of it, we're putting a moratorium on 1 year. A lot of that will be kind of new requests, as I understand it, unless, if I read the exceptions correctly, and if I look at like scenario 1, so in that scenario, we've allocated a certain amount, it's not being used. I don't know the whole thing, paid for, contract, whatever we've done
Yep.
to allow that capacity. If that property user, whatever, says, I want to do something with my property and I want to use more of my capacity, that's an exception. They can do that because
right.
they're already
Yeah.
permitted up
So
to that.
they would, in this example, they would be able to go from 2,000 up to 10,000. So they wanted to go from, maybe a small restaurant to 3 hotels or something. I don't know, whatever makes sense on their property. And if the allocation allowed them to do that, then they would be able to do that
Okay.
based on what we've described.
Okay, and then
That's what we got.
the last exception on, I think it was new construction of residential dwellings with 4 bedrooms or less, property abuts. Does that relate to kind of one by one, or is like if there was a development of a parcel in town that was gonna put in 40 houses on something that abutted, that would be an exception? Or is it really meant?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Just the way the exception was, if you go to the exception page, again, Chris, if you don't mind, the bottom exception is that you could do new construction of residential dwellings with 4 bedrooms or less and property abuts public way. Just understanding, does that mean one house, or does that mean a new development that had extreme 100 houses?
So the intent is for example, if we put sewer down a street 10 years ago, somebody has an extra large lot, they divided the lot 5 years ago, now they want to put a single-family house on. That would give them the opportunity to do that. In other instances, where we have put sewer down the road and left a sewer stub there, we have already accounted for that, because it's a fully developed area. We said there's an empty lot, most likely, and we checked it.
Okay,
It's
so you've already
buildable.
allocated that, okay.
So it's been, I don't want to say promised, but it's already been in the background
Yeah, kind of part of the
calculations.
commitment of
Yeah.
the development.
Right.
But just to answer your point, or answer your question, because you're basically asking, so I think we all understand, like, the individual property that just needs to connect, but the intent of this was not to say you could go put in a new subdivision.
Right. That was really my question, yeah.
Right. And an example of that is there is a current subdivision being built now. If you're not familiar with it, they were only granted very few lots to connect to the public sewer. That they ended up putting a very large septic system for the rest of the development.
Right.
And that's because they only got credit for what we call infill lots.
Sure, right on the
So we've
frontage,
been,
yeah.
Practicing this for
The
a while.
lots that would have been those individuals that.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So does the language, to Ian's point, does the language of the
In the permit itself.
moratorium speak a little more, I know these are just bullet points, speak kind of that protect the town for that subdivision type development?
I would actually, Jeff, I don't know if you have any thoughts. The language up here is pretty much what's the language.
Yeah.
It is.
I
when
mean, I
look at
have
the
it,
nu-
I mean,
in
I
our
have it in front of me,
mortgage.
but I guess I'm
Yeah.
being, go ahead.
I guess the language is exactly what you have there. It's, and I think in the spirit of the regulations, it is for a single family dwelling. It's not for a multi-tract development. But with that in mind, I do believe that if you wanted to, we could tweak that language slightly to make that perfectly clear. If that is something you still want to keep in, I don't know after, if you even want to allow any new construction.
I wouldn't want to limit it to the point of what I heard, that if someone has a single-family lot and wants to do that, I think we should grant that to our residents. I was really concerned about the subdivision thing, so my personal take would be just, I hate leaving loopholes that someone then sues us on, and we, you know, go to court. If we could make it
Yeah.
clearer that it wasn't for new subdivisions, that would be better on my part.
I would be supportive of clarification on subdivision, not an, an existing or appropriately subdividable lot that meets all the requirements for setbacks and all those elements.
Yeah, an open lot that's already on an existing sewer line, that should be, to me, that
Yeah.
should be allowed.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Sean, did you?
Yeah, over the past few years, there have been a few developments put in Pulte, the Highlands, where we have negotiated to allow them sort of to compensate us for the fact that there weren't as many SHI units in those buildings, which essentially allowed us to create the Affordable Housing Trust, right? So we have monies that the Affordable Housing Trust is looking to spend to create new housing within town. I think that what had been sent to me is roughly 130 units weren't created. And I know the Affordable Housing Trust really is opportunistic in coming up with ways to increase affordable housing, looking at properties that come on the market, but also is looking at something that they brought to us at town meeting, and I can't come up with the name of it, but I think there was concern that this moratorium would stifle their ability to increase the percentage of affordable housing in town. And the thought is, could there be an exception made that the Affordable Housing Trust could apply for some sort of, maybe there's an amount we could allocate them that they could then utilize to increase affordable housing in town. And I don't know if it goes sort of against the thought of this moratorium, how that exception would work. I lay it out there for discussion.
So I guess my first reaction would be if you go back to those examples and there's no one's saying there isn't a restriction on redeveloping an existing property with allocation, so they can already do that now if it fits whatever the site allows. I think we should be careful about pulling out categories before we have the full picture, and we want to make sure that our priorities are aligned the way we want them to. And I mean, we don't do that now. Like, we don't have any sort of special allocation for that purpose now. So I'm just not sure we would want to now create that in a document that we're saying we're trying to slow down, basically.
I mean,
So that's
go ahead.
I was just going to say that it seems like that discussion belongs at that next level. So when Chris was talking about once they get the information back and then we start to talk about what the priorities are and how you're allocating whatever may be there, that's, I think, where that discussion would be. Because at this point, if the concern is that we're at our limit or we don't have additional allocation, we can't create it just for something that we certainly support as a community, but doesn't currently have allocation.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, I think to me, we just open up Pandora's box there, and I support affordable housing, but, you know, just think of it, they buy, I mean, from what we heard this evening, they buy a property and they decide to turn it from retail into 50 affordable units under the Affordable Housing Trust, and we're gonna give them an exception, but we're not gonna give a commercial property owner the same exception. I just think and I think it's a year. I mean, I don't know that there's direct plans there now. I think, Christie, what you said is kind of what goes in my mind, is that should be part of that discussion about, once we figure out where it is, how do we want to prioritize the allotment of future capacity? So that would be my take.
Well, I mean, let's look at an example. Okay, the project that was brought before us today.
Mhm.
We have an opportunity for 25% of that development to be affordable. And it's possible that they will be over their allocation. And so right now, my understanding is that would that torpedo the project?
If you, over the allocation of, you're talking wastewater, like sewer?
Yes.
Yes. Unless there was some other agreement that was arranged, yes.
So
Okay.
so if we had would we have to have the moratorium in place, or even today, if it exceeded capacity, using this as an example?
Yeah, we've been communicating this already, but I don't think it's accurate to say it would be torpedoed, because there are other options.
Okay.
You can do
So there are other
partials.
options. That's what I'm
There are other options
Partial
that may not
subsidy.
be what people want to do, but there are other ways to potentially, and I'm not talking about that specific project, I'm just saying in general, there might be other avenues that could be more costly, or there are reasons a developer might not want to do them, but I'm just saying it's not fair to say you just can't do it. It might not be the way we want to do it.
The direct tie into sewer may not be the option, so it's like, then they have other options, and that's where you guys would work with them to say, I mean, you use the example of a subdivision, which had 3 tie-ins, and then they had to do septic for others, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it from the engineer in me, to make exceptions, especially with, I'm not sure, how much flow they would be asking for, but if you look at the numbers, right, we're not sure right now, so to promise flow that we don't know we even have will just put us more behind later. The emotional factor, you want to say yes, of course, but, my recommendation to Chris would be no, because that's my job, is to try to, protect the town and what's best for the infrastructure right now.
Right, and no, I understand. And just thinking about it personally, so the ability to generate a significant number of units, and we'll just say we're talking generally. And if the flow is sort of just above what their current allocation is, like sort of what's the trade-off? I understand if there is no allocation and then we're asking for an entire new development, that's different, but I get it that it's.
So that goes towards what Chris was talking about, the risk factor. What factor are we and the town comfortable with? And we don't know that number right now, right? So we need to have time to have these discussions with the stakeholders, which is, the town, the different departments in the town. And I can only provide, to a certain point, we'll provide the numbers to you and say, this is what we have, and then it's up to you all to decide what is the most important and what the residents want.
And I guess a future question, but so we find folks who have allocations that they aren't using. and we think may be unlikely to use, right? So the picture you showed, the single-family home that's getting 10,000 and is using 2,000.
That was actually, the intent was a commercial property.
Commercial, not single family.
Oh, was it commercial? Wow.
Get your point, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess, are there discussions, I guess, what's the opportunity there for recapturing that flow?
Yeah, I mean, we can't answer that now, but that's certainly part of the future conversation. And because we can't answer it now because there's a number of factors involved, like did they pay for it and many other things. So it's just, that's definitely part of the conversation, and we should look at that, but we don't have the detail yet to be able to figure that out.
Yeah, so I have a couple questions. So first of all, thank you for doing this work. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I am supportive of the exceptions as listed, including, I think, what Ian and Shelby kind of described in regards to that additional piece. My question is, if you can go back to that chart on actual flow. Yep, that guy. So today, right now, that 2.27 is 79% of our actual allowable capacity at 2.89. Over that 11 cycle period, we're running at just about 70% on average at 2.07 million gallons per day. So what I'm missing here, and I apologize if you said it, but what I'm missing is I understand what DEP has said, hey, you're allocated 2.89. I understand what we're using on average, but what I don't understand is what is actually been allocated. Like, is it 10 million gallons per day? Is it 5
We don't know.
million?
That's what we don't know. That's what we're trying
No,
to
but
figure out.
we don't know that at all. We don't know like what's been actually allocated to.
No.
There's no documentation on
That's
that.
the
Not-
point of the study.
Yeah.
So okay, all right.
That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm getting wrapped around the axle here a little bit. But I guess when I first saw this chart, I see kind of two peaks here, right? 2.31 in 2018, 2023, it peaks again. Any ideas of what's causing those peaks? Because those are pretty significant increases in gallons per day when you look at it.
They'll chime in if they want to, but I think like 2022, we had a drought. 2023, we had a lot of rain. And so I bet some of that, not all of it, some of that is
Infiltration.
It's groundwater. It's water we're sending to the plant
That we don't need to be.
that we don't need to.
So you are measuring the water coming into the plant, just not taking it off the water meters on the
Oh yeah, this is
building.
measured.
This is actual and
yeah.
measured, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So,
And it's important,
Okay.
one thing, what I don't like about this chart, it's important to really remember, it doesn't account for, that is just what we're using now. It doesn't account for the flow that people are entitled to
Right.
legally. And that's, some of these questions you've been asking are legal questions, so it may seem like we're not answering, but we just,
so is it reasonable that in this year period that you're asking for, where we have these exceptions, that in a year, you would come back to us with a data point on this chart or in some format that would say, hey, our actual allocation, whether it's broken out commercially, residentially, or just as a total sum, is X.
Exactly.
And then we'll know, we'll have another year's worth of data here, I'll have 2024 at that point, and we'll know, hey, we're at 79% of DEP allotment, but we're only, but our actual allotment to our residents and commercial spaces is actually 20% higher than that. Is that fair? Is that what you're going to come back in a year
Yes.
with?
Yeah, that's what the
Okay.
study is.
I just want to make sure that's what we're going to. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense.
Yes, I think it's really the piece. I think this chart is what we're using, but doesn't account for what we've promised,
Right.
and legally promised. And, with that, what we're gonna come back with is if that 2.27 plus promise if everyone used it was 5, then we gotta figure out what we're gonna do because
Right.
we only have 2.89.
Right.
If it comes back that it's 2.5, it's a different story. I think we'll be more than that, but that's, I mean, that's what this whole study's doing.
How many, I'll say developments do we expect in a year that might change this? Just because,
That's what I was gonna ask, what projects are in the planning process that don't have a assigned allocation yet that could have an immediate impact? I mean, do we have any sense of that projection? Like,
yeah, even like over 10 years or 11 years, how many projects do we take in within a year?
well, I was even thinking like in the past, I don't know, couple years, how many,
Yeah.
like,
I'll use, for example, the BJ's property. We
Well,
promised an
we-
allotment to that property.
Correct.
That's not being developed right now, but
Correct.
that has been committed.
correct. So that's an
My
example of
understanding.
it's committed, whether it's being used or not.
Correct.
Right.
So I don't think it's being used
Well,
right now,
no,
there's
no,
no
I
one
know
there.
that,
but-
right, yeah, right.
I think that's, and I might be lying there, but I thought that was the case, that we made a commitment
Yes.
to that
Yes.
Yeah.
that development. Now there's been changes there too.
And that's
but
the danger of making
Right.
commitments.
Right, we
and-
made a commitment, we didn't know if we even had that commitment to make.
And sorry, we made that commitment for a certain purpose, right? If they do not execute on that certain purpose, it can be renegotiated, correct?
Right, but there's no timeline, right?
I did not.
I think that's something we would explore, yes.
So in the packet on page, 3 of this agreement, after the items 1 through 6, which describe the, I guess, the allowances, it says, requests for sewer connections pursuant to paragraphs 1 through 6 above will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis and may be denied if there is determined there is insufficient system availability, et cetera, et cetera. And then, and then it says, any connection or expansion and flow denied during the moratorium will be considered after it's lifted, subject to new regulations. So, am I correct in the first paragraph that I read to understand that there is still an exceptions process? This goes back to Sean's question that we're putting in here, or am I misinterpreting that first paragraph? Where it says will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. So it sounds like there's still, I mean, every case will be looked at. I understand that that's what you guys do every day, and we're not going to stop that process. But
I don't,
we're not creating an exception here. I guess want to make sure that that language isn't creating an exception. It's on hold basically unless you meet these other 6 criteria.
That's the way I read it, it's
Yeah,
basically, but it's also saying that if you meet those 6 criteria, it's not guaranteed that you're gonna get flow.
Correct.
You could still be denied even if you satisfy 1 through 6 if we don't have any capacity.
And I think that's back to that multifamily not multifamily, excuse me, a large subdivision coming in.
Yep.
That worry, we discussed before, that you want more language on. I don't want to speak for town.
so it's not adding an exception?
Okay.
It's saying we could deny
Even-
any of those exceptions if for some reason we felt that was
And I
necessary.
see Jeff shaking his head there. And we're comfortable with that language from a legal perspective? Like, we're okay with that?
We are. It's an exception to the exceptions, right? You can have it except, you can't have it except, you can have it in these 6 instances, except if there's an issue, and we have insufficient flow. So that gives us the ability to even with the exceptions, to not grant the extension or
Okay.
grant the connection if there are insufficient system availability.
Okay, right.
I'm very comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question on section 5 there, effective date. So if we pass this tonight, simple question, it says and publication. When do you anticipate that this will be published? And what will be the form of publishing? Is this something that goes?
I believe, Jeff mentioned we have to publish it in a local paper.
Okay.
So, what's
I think
today,
it's a
Tuesday?
week.
So, I guess I don't know how fast that happens.
Okay, all right, that's
within the next week,
week
I
or so,
would
okay.
assume.
So,
It must be published at least once in a newspaper of general circulation in the town and pursuant to section 7-5 of your town charter. They must be provided to the town clerk. So it's just one, so I don't know what paper you have, but you're probably looking at a week, maybe two at the most.
so, just to be clear, so someone watching this, whether residents or a business, if they call DPW, right, they wouldn't be calling the treatment plant, they would be calling DPW to say, I live at so-and-so, or I own this commercial building at whatever address. What is my allocation and how much am I using? Could you give them that answer?
Yes, but we do that, we do that basically already.
Hopefully, you're
everybody
not
doesn't
getting a
call
lot of
tomorrow,
those calls,
yeah.
but, people aren't just randomly saying, what's my sewer allotment? But they may now, and I guess I'm asking.
It's already been happening.
Okay.
Any further questions, comments? Anybody would like to make a motion? Page 401 helps.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess just for board discussion, what I'm hearing from Chris is that they absolutely need time to figure this out. And as much as I don't want to do this for so many reasons, I think we've seen, since Chris has been here and his team's work, of the benefit of planning and looking out and understanding, being very kind of methodical and process-driven, and it has resulted in, better management of our fleet and, repurposing of teams and, hey, a cool new logo, but that has nothing to do with this. But for that reason, and understanding that this is a conversation we keep having, and we have to, I really feel like we have to put a pause button. So I'm supportive of this as much as I don't like it.
I absolutely agree with you. I wish that we had planned in the past and that we already had this information as we went through it. That would have been the right way to do it, but we haven't.
Mhm.
And so we can keep kicking the can down the road and saying, sure, we'll give this one here. I just feel
Yeah.
like we're at a loss, and the risk we have is that, and I guess there's a question I had, and I don't know if it's that important, but if 6 months from now, that 2.27 is 3, and so we're above our daily allotment, we're fined?
It basically, we lose control of the process and we get told to do things, and we don't want that.
We don't like that.
Basically, so you gotta shut things down, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, or whatever.
So, the whole thing stinks. I agree with you. I don't want to do it, but we've talked about it. I think, unfortunately, we have to do it. We have to get our ducks in a row here and figure this out for the future of the town and how we're going to move it, so.
And I guess to that, I would just add, and not asking to answer this question, what projects are in the planning/permitting process, and I know those are different, that could be affected by a vote tonight? I'm sure that there will be a process back to the community development director, the planning board, et cetera, to convey that, because, he's back there. One of them is back there, but because could this impact current projects that are in the planning process? Like, I know yes.
Yeah, outside of the one we've talked about, I don't know of any
Okay.
immediate impacts. I'm not saying they aren't out there.
Yeah.
I'm just, there might be ideas out there that people are now,
Okay.
not happy about, but I don't know of any active in the system projects, but
Okay,
but
well,
I don't know all those.
I guess
projects,
those
so.
will surface because this will be circulated.
Yeah.
Yep, got it. Okay.
It's also important to know, though, that we have been trying to implement this over the last few years, knowing, at least we were seeing this happening. And unfortunately, like you said, we gave away flow very easily in the past, and no one kept track of it. So that's why it was such a large task to evaluate every single property all the way back to it was first sold, and whether they had sewer and when they had sewer and what changes over the years and every building permit that each property had. So we have recognized it for a long time and have been working hard to try to keep flows at where they are.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion that pursuant to Article 52 of the general bylaws, that we move to approve the sewer moratorium regulation.
Do
Second.
you want to say as amended? Because wasn't there a change?
Yeah, with that, if we could make that
Yep.
amendment.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all those approve? All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you to the team.
If you can do it in 9 months, it's even better.
Yeah, right.
I like it 6 months. It stinks. Look at that. That's the last CWMP. Huh? That's the regulation that we're following right now from 20 years ago. That documents he's carrying.
Oh, the last one, I'm sorry.
That's our
Like-
one that
oh,
we're gonna be redoing now, but that shows you how.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant like, this is the last one, I'm like, what do we, yeah.
So we'll move forward. Item 12 on the agenda, request to execute Fails Project Funding Agreement Budget Revisions.
Yep, so this is a request from the school committee chair, Steve Durrett, who provided you with an email explaining that the documents authorize the change of construction contingency to owner's contingency, releasing those funds for use by the owner. So he goes on, as a result, they're no longer controlled by the construction manager and allow the project to close the books with MSBA so that the town's final payment by MSBA can be made.
Yeah, I would just, that is being part of the project, this is part of the closeout process.
Okay. So,
I think it's what we do.
Yep.
any questions, comments? No? Okay. For a motion then.
So I move to authorize the chair to sign and execute the project funding agreement budget revision request number 5 and 6.
Second.
Further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
I was ahead of you.
All right, item 13, award bid for owner's project manager contract for the multi-generational community center and project update.
So as the board's aware, we worked on an RFQ for an OPM, or owner's project manager, which is how we would begin the process of going into that, or hiring a designer, going into that public engagement process that we've talked so much about, and then ultimately creating schematic design and construction estimates for the October town meeting. Kim worked on the RFQ. Ian was your representative, so reviewed that as well. And then the bids were due on April 3rd. We quickly mobilized to review all of those bids. So it was Kim, myself, Ian, our chief procurement officer, Shab Khan, both the recreation director and the senior center director, and then our director of public works have been part of this team. And so the top 3 bids were asked to come in for interviews, which we completed yesterday. And so ultimately, we are recommending that the board award the owner's project manager for the multi-generational center bid to CHA, and to authorize the town manager to negotiate and execute a contract. So that's how this works. So so it was a qualifications-based process. So we worked through all of that. Now, once you award the bid, we'll receive a price proposal. We'll negotiate that, and ultimately execute a contract with the OPM. I think one thing that I want to bring up is that all of them have identified the aggressive timeline that we have in front of us. None of them identified as an obstacle to meeting that timeline, but It is an aggressive timeline, so we do want to move through these things quickly. While we are moving quickly, I think we're moving very intentionally. There's been a really thorough process and review of these. We spent hours yesterday meeting with the different contractors or different OPMs, and we had really thoughtful discussion about what the right move was for the community. So, Ian, do you want to add to that?
No, I would echo everything you said. I think, we had six, I think you may have said it, but we had six responses, so people were interested. We did choose 3 based on our ratings criteria, asking them to come in. They all came in and, offer different things. I think CHA, who are recommending, was the top choice that was voted on by that committee. And again, remembering that, they're kind of they're our professional partner in this. So they're on the town side, and now it's them helping us to move forward with the designer, architect designer, going through all the things Christie said. I think with the top 3, we thought they were all qualified. I think they differentiated themselves during the interviews, and so I am comfortable with us moving forward with this at this time and continue to move this forward.
Kim, do you want to anything?
Thanks to Kim for corralling us and pushing us
And scheduling it during the eclipse.
yeah. We did get to see the eclipse.
You did get to see it
A little
from
bit.
here.
Was CHA the consensus choice of the?
Yes.
Just mine.
Yeah, just do what Ian told us to do.
Oh, I was going to say everybody but Ian would have been fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments?
So just, first of all, thank you very much, because having been on similar type committees, I know how much work goes into getting to this point. And Christie, I appreciate your clarification of, that we've made it very clear about our timeline and their effective acceptance of our timeline through this process. I also think it's important, and you've said it, but I'm going to restate it for the public, anyone that's still listening to us tonight, that we're not rushing this process.
Right.
We are moving quickly to start what I'd call the process of the town. And so, and we're doing that on a timeline that I'll call it sort of self-induced, in that, we want to get to fall town meeting so that we're ready to come before the town with a bid proposal of what this is going to cost based on the community's vision and our needs. That's our goal, and we always meet our goals, so I expect we'll meet that goal, but if we don't, we don't.
Exactly.
And
And we talked about that yesterday. I mean, that's the goal, but we're not going to cut anything short if we can't make it.
Right.
But
exactly.
we wanted to put it out in front of them, and it was the question we asked, and went back at it again. Our DPW director hit every single one of them with that question.
Yep.
Yep. Can you meet that time frame? Is there any concerns? And
Right.
none of them. Most of them said it's aggressive. Some didn't even say that. They said absolutely we can make that timeline. So,
Sure.
but again, it's a process we have to go through, and I will say that. They said that, again, it's a team. We're going to drive you to get it done, but if the town, we have to be part of that too. And we have to realize that our building committees and others, that we're going to be working through the summer to get this to meet an October town meeting. It's not that, let's take the month of August off. You're not going to be able to do that and meet that time frame. So if we decide we want to take the month of August off, we're not meeting in October.
Right,
So.
right, exactly. So I appreciate the opportunity for the board to review the proposals, and Kim, thank you for your help this afternoon to kind of answer questions. I did review them, all 3 of the finalists who were interviewed, and I also concur. Again, I wasn't part of your discussions, but I fully support that. CHA has some great experience across many senior centers in projects in Randolph and Franklin, Medfield, Greenfield, and and as well as intergenerational community centers. So a really nice blend of experience. I was also very impressed with how they talked about community engagement. I think that I'm very hopeful for the services that, the professional services we engage here. I think it's going to be really important because I'm just going to say it, there are there's a fair amount of miscommunication going on in the community, particularly among our seniors, as to what this is and what it isn't already. And again, we haven't started the process.
It's nothing.
So it's, right, and so for all the seniors who are tuning in particular, this is the exciting part, right? This is like the get involved, provide the input, and stay tuned, because this is going to be a fun process. It's going to be, I think, an exciting process in a way to really influence and have a voice in how you want to kind of live and enjoy your time here in Westborough through an intergenerational center. So, but that community engagement piece is going to be a two-way street, and I can't say that enough. I mean, we can have all the bells and whistles and websites and newsletters, but if people choose not to engage, then you choose not to engage. Period. Thank you. So,
Okay.
I would move to award the bid for the owner's project manager for the multi-generational community center to CHA and to authorize the town manager to negotiate and execute a contract.
second?
Right. Yeah. All those in favor? Thank you, Ian and Christy and team for all the work on that. Yes, the entire team.
Can I just add one comment too? I think, sorry to, I know we're behind schedule here, but I will say that each of the firms that came in for their interviews commented on, they were excited about the project, but really complimented the town on actually having the vision to purchase this property. Every single one of them
Every single one.
said, if you were to build a building like that, you're talking, I mean, they were $35 to $50 million of, so they just complimented us and the vision and the work of the town. So just
good to
to
hear.
us here, pat yourself on the back a little bit, and to the town for approving it. So we
all
thought
hoped,
that,
and yeah,
but,
exactly. So it's good to get affirmation.
yes.
Can I just add, so another piece of, did you already vote? I'm sorry.
We did.
You did, okay, thank you. So another piece of this agenda item was just to give you an update on sort of moving in.
Oh, yeah,
So I don't
yes.
have a specific timeline for you yet, but
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Say that again?
The move-in date.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yes.
So we are regularly meeting, recreation, senior center, information technology, DPW, with our facilities folks, regularly meeting to understand what needs to be done. So just to give you some idea of that, some of it is some cosmetic things that we want to do before we open the building. Other things are making sure there's technology there so that when we move our recreation department, they're able to do their work. We don't have furniture for them to move over. So we have a reuse for their desks in the current space. And so we do have some things, but not everything. So there's just some sort of logistical things that we need to figure out. At the same time, there is a group of senior center, recreation, and library folks that are meeting to start to come up with ideas for programming. And so that sort of idea generation is well underway. The idea would be that once, as we've talked about all along, once recreation moves over, senior center would also have a workspace there so that they could send staff over, and that so both entities can be programming that space as sort of like a soft opening with a major opening event sometime in the summer. So again, I don't have dates. I just wanted to give you that update. I hope to have dates at the next meeting because we are going to have another meeting where I think we'll have a better idea of vendors, timelines, costs, and certainly technology's ability to make its way over there. So we are applying for grants to do some of that work. We also have that second article from the October town meeting to do some of that work. So we had gotten just under $200,000, which pays for our OPM, our architects, but also some of the maintenance and things to get ready. And then at some point, I think we'll talk again about the potential for use of ARPA funding to do some of this work, because I do expect a balance to come back to the bottom line based on the current projects. So
We have to use that by the end of this year.
we have to
Allocate
contract it, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so some of the things that we're talking about doing, which aren't necessarily driving timelines, is exploring, opportunities with National Grid and Eversource related to the HVAC. So there is a lot of work going into getting that building ready. And I know a lot of people are anxious to get into it, so I just want to keep everybody updated. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is that for the next phase of this, we're going to need to work with our OPM to put together an RFQ for an architect, and then go through a similar process that we just went through. I think it worked really well to have someone from the select board identified so that we could keep things moving quickly. And so I would ask that we do that with the next phase as well.
So, can I ask, wouldn't that be the municipal building committee involved in creating that RFQ, since they're gonna kinda oversee the project, or, I don't know, help me to understand it.
So we've sort of charged this board with that, just because I think this board has identified themselves as the lead on the public engagement process.
Okay. Okay. and the
Municipal building
architect will-
committee could
yep.
certainly be involved, but I think someone from this board would want
Yeah.
it, because the architect will also be involved. I mean,
Yep.
they're not bidding on the whole project. There's opportunity to keep the OPM through the construction phase. There's opportunity to keep the architect on through the construction phase, or there will be. But really what we're focused on right now is the community engagement piece, and programming the building, coming up with schematic design.
Okay.
And cost.
and costs.
Always.
Should we, do you need that decision tonight, or can we wait until Alan's back for next meeting?
Tonight would be good.
Kim wants it tonight.
It just depends on how
Yeah.
long it takes us to negotiate a contract with the OPM,
Right.
so.
Do we have,
You want to make it, is it?
well, no, I'm just wondering, Ian, I know you already said it on the
I'm comfortable to
first one.
continue if you want me to continue, just for continuity purposes, and representative of municipal building committee, but, so I'm
Okay. Does
comfortable
anybody else
doing
have
that,
any
but if
interest?
others want to.
Anybody else interested?
No. No.
Okay. Well, thank you for your willingness. Anybody like to make a motion to have?
I would move to appoint Ian to, or not, or assign Ian to work on the RFQ for the architect. Yep. Designer. Yep.
Designer.
Second?
Designer, yep.
All those in favor?
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Ian, for being willing to do that. All right, anything else? We're moving off of that one to item, oh, no, we gotta go
Town
John.
meeting.
Yep, item 14, town meeting review, and our town moderator,
Guy
John
in the way in the
Arnold.
back of the
Welcome,
room.
John. Everybody left, and there was John in the back.
So much for my big audience. Hello again. I'm John Arnold.
Good to see you.
51 West Main Street, moderator. As you know, started the tradition when I was first elected about 10 or so years ago to come speak with you and the school committee just to do a review of town meeting, because it's a good place to just get a sense of how you think it went and how the school committee thinks it went. I also wanted to mention it because this year's town meeting was especially controversial in some ways, but also it raised a lot of attention about town meeting, and we seem to have a lot of new people as well as old people. I'm going to use my first minute here to just publicize that I'm reinstituting drop-in office hours for anyone, whether they did or didn't attend town meeting, whether they want to talk about town meeting, how we run our government or anything. So for the next 3 days, right here in this room, on Wednesday, April 10th, tomorrow, I'm going to be here from 7 to 8:30. On Thursday, April 11th, I'm going to be here from 1 to 2:30. And on Friday morning, I'm going to be here from 10 to 11:30. There's no formal agenda. You don't have to have gone to town meeting. It's just if you want to come in and say your ideas, say what you think worked, I want everybody to have a chance to essentially voice their opinion, because especially this year, a lot of people learned a lot of things about town meeting that they may or may not want to talk about, and I thought it would be helpful to try to hit the trifecta of evening, morning, and afternoon hours. So we'll see how many people show up, but I know I've already received a number of emails from a wide variety of people, almost all of them very positive. So I just wanted to publicize that.
Hey, sorry, are, tomorrow night are the doors locked at 7?
I have the key.
Oh,
I
oh.
signed out a key on my way here tonight.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I remembered from my finance committee days that I needed to get a key to
You
get
want
in the
everybody
building.
standing outside looking.
Yeah. Well, if the weather was good like today, but it's not going to be.
Thank you, John, for being willing to do that. That's,
Yeah,
I think
no
it's a great
problem.
idea, so.
Yeah. So I guess I'll, if you want me to do a quick summary, I mean, my quick summary is that I think the town, and I want to thank all the voters who showed up. The rough statistics that I got from the town clerk is throughout we had 600, it looks like we had about 683 voters throughout the day check in at various times. Unlike some past town meetings, the number of people voting stayed pretty consistent between 300 and 400, which was nice to see. And so it's just about 4.9% of the voters checked in at one point at town meeting, which isn't bad compared to some times past. And I did a rough calculation. The town election only drew, well, it drew about 20.8, and we know this year's town election actually had a lot more people participating than usual too. So I think we did very well, and I want to thank the voters for the most part for keeping it together. And I was especially thankful that we seem to have rigorous debate and deliberation, and still were able to continue to finish the meeting by 20 past 10 on Saturday night, which was nice, because if you had asked me in the weeks running up when I was doing all the preparation, I was guessing Monday or Tuesday for sure. But
We lost the bet too.
Yeah, so luckily I didn't have any money on it. I put it all on Powerball that I also didn't win. Just kidding.
John, could you just share those numbers? You said 683.
Yeah, what I got, and this is the draft of
Yeah.
I've been reviewing the draft of the minutes
Yeah.
from the meeting, and what Deb had put there is that 683 people checked in, so
Yeah.
that was throughout the course of the day. My record shows that most of the votes were between 300 and 400, some a little lower, some might have been a little higher. And again, working off these draft notes, right now, as of March 2nd, there were 13,745 registered voters in town. And my records, looking up the election, was that 2,872 people voted in the March town election.
Thank you.
So as I stated toward the end of the meeting, town meeting may not be a perfect system. I think we in Westborough do it quite well, and I'm very proud of that. And I think that although everybody, many people may say, well, if that's only 400 people, any other form of government would have either fewer, they may be elected representatives, but there would be fewer. And this year presented us with what I think is a very unique opportunity, that we had some very controversial, very emotional issues brought up, and we actually had at least a brief conversation about a wide range of issues that don't come before town meeting normally, where 400 people sat, they listened, they spoke, and they voted. And I think that's it's one of the strengths of New England's sort of unique forms of government that we offer, is there aren't many other opportunities where we can actually do that, and I was very proud of the way the town handled themselves throughout the process. I had a lot of people on both sides of the issues come and talk to me by email or in person, both sides of all the issues, or many issues, and some people just with questions. Everybody, I think, took it seriously, and everybody tried to do the best in what were sometimes very trying circumstances. And so I thank you, I thank everyone and the town support staff for helping pull it off, and I'll thank the voters for doing their job too. With that said, any of you are welcome to stop by my office hours if you want to just get going tonight. That's fine too.
Thank you. Questions, comments, observations, thoughts?
So I think it went far better than I could have expected, and I think that goes to the all the individuals involved. John, yourself is the lead, and the structure you put around, in particular, the citizens petitions, because I feel like everyone felt like there was an opportunity to be heard, maybe with some coordination of who's going to speak on a particular, for or against, and I felt like you handled that in a very fair way, and I commend the voters for being or attendees, voters, for being civilized during those, what were probably moments where people just wanted to say something, and they didn't. So kudos to, Westborough really shined at a time when I wasn't sure how we were going to. So I'm certainly was proud of who we are as a community that day and night. I love town meeting, I love town meeting. I do think that, this is my 6th year, going to 7th on the board. And I think every year, and I'm sure for every select board member before me, this always is this the right form of government, right? Are we, and for me, I think it's as much about kind of the equity of it, right? Like committing the whole day, childcare, work, Sabbath, or, whatever. Like, there's so many different things that I think I'm not saying we need to do a charter review. Maybe we do need it. I haven't really thought through this, but I think we need to have a deeper conversation other than, kind of this one right now, because I think Westborough is getting to a place where we have, 21,000 residents. Not everyone does vote, can vote. I don't know. I think we've got to take that discussion on in earnest.
Right, yeah. And I'll just mention, I know that that's an important discussion. As you know from my constant involvement in almost every government study committee that we've had since the past 20 years or so, I'm very interested in that, and I promise that not only do I want to be a part of it, but I also promise that I'm impartial.
Yeah.
I want to do what's best for the town,
Yep. No, and I know you do.
I will gladly continue that conversation, and I have ideas about that, and
Yeah.
I can talk about that with you individually, or I can come back about ways to do that.
Yeah.
I think there are ways to essentially to talk about structuring that conversation without it being a rush to judgment, and to make
Right.
sure that we've actually thought through
Right.
what are the pros and cons of everything. and all
Exactly.
that.
Yep.
'Cause
That's
there
kind of
is
where.
no perfect solution. We have to find what's the
Yeah.
best solution for the people who live here now and in the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Well, and yes, agree to all of that.
I just follow on that. I don't have much else to say. I think you, as always, I think you ran a really strong meeting. You raised your voice when you needed to, and I think that was well received by the community, because that's what they expected, to bring the meeting back under control. So thank you for doing that. Just really quickly, agree with Shelby, but I look back at comments that I've seen, folks that I've talked to, comments that are more broad, not just directed at me, but when I look at them, it's summarizing it, most are, I want to still have my voice heard, but I want it to be more convenient, so can we do it online at the ballot? I mean, some of the stuff was, can we do it in the ballot box, et cetera. I think, so some of this is education of what we have available to us here in Massachusetts as forms of government. We've talked about that before, but I think some of that is education. Some of it may be work. We want to talk to legislators, whatever, but I think in the end, this is the most representative form we can have, in that everybody has a choice to be heard if they want to. And what I got from a lot of these things is people still want to be heard. They're just not sure they want to commit to a full day, and, so they want, different ways. And some were long-standing town meeting members. I mean, I think, I can't envision where we'll be, but I imagine sometime down the road we'll have abilities electronically to do things, but I think the question comes in about how do you have open debate if you're sitting on your couch by yourself hitting a button. But I don't know how that works, but I think what you said was right, though. It's not a rush to judgment here, because I don't think that the first thing we said is, oh, you want that, then we can go to we talked about this before, you can go to a council form. Well, now you get elected representatives, but you've lost your voice to debate a lot of those issues, because you've allowed elected reps to do that legislative function for you. So I don't have anything to add there, just more of some flavor of what I've heard, is it's more about, not directly about town meeting as I foresaw it, is they want that still form of being able to be heard, they just want it in a way that's more convenient.
Yep, all right, yeah, I like what you said, and it's what I didn't say, but what I was thinking, but you made it quite clear. I think part of it, again, if we think about this as a process of having a continued conversation, there is the educational aspect, and it's education, communication, it's a two-way street. It's important for us to understand what the options are, and I won't do that now, what I know, but we could all work on that. Then the interesting point is what the options could or will be in the future. And I know every year I say I'm on the Mass Moderator Association Town Meeting 2040 committee, which is looking at, town meetings online and all that sort of thing. I've spoken with other people from other towns who say that there's people from, I think it's in Vermont, where there's like something called the Australian ballot system, where there's a day or two of deliberation to formalize what the motions are, and then all the motions go to a ballot. And I don't know much about that, but I'd like to learn about it. It's not an option that's available that I know of anywhere in Massachusetts yet. So I think ongoing education, communication, before you rush, is that I don't think any of us know if we switch to this, would it be better than what we have? It's sort of like, unfortunately, like all things with government, as we know, it's slower than we want it to be. But you can make really bad mistakes very quickly. and most of us want to try to do that. So I will continue to come back with what I know about what is and what could be, and I can talk to you, and maybe we can come up with a coordinated way to work on that, me as sort of the figurehead of the legislative branch, and you as the heads of the executive branch. Maybe we could come up with a coordinated way to, what do we think that sort of education and communication could be, to find out what people want and then explain what the choices are and how we could go about that. So, sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, no, I would just echo, John, thank you very much for the job you did once again this time. Yes, I think completing town meeting in a day was a minor miracle. So thank you.
Major miracle.
I think we talked about the fact that this year's town meeting was a little bit different than town meetings that passed, and things were brought before a town meeting that we had not maybe anticipated or expected. And I'd be interested, in what feedback you get over the next few days related to those. There was also, I thought, actions taken by, board members sort of in opposition to their own boards, which was interesting to me as well. And I guess that's happened before, but it happened more at this town meeting than we typically have seen it, which was interesting, and I think is maybe something for future discussion. But yeah, it's tough. I sort of agree with I think what everybody else is alluding to is it's inconvenient. I don't know that there's a better democratic method of meeting available than open town meeting, but I would be willing to, again, go back and, everything is always open to debate, right? And so I would be willing to have those discussions. But I think there was a lot that was unpacked at this town meeting, and that I think over the coming months, is worth reviewing, and maybe then at some point this board forms some sort of group that would do further review. That may be the feedback we get. I hate to react to what I saw, but I would be willing to for some analysis to be done for us to consider as to kind of potential changes we could make. So thank you very much for all you've done here.
Yeah, John, I would just say the word that a resident gave me, I think it was a day or two later, was in regards to you, was a heroic effort. So I everybody's already said it. Fantastic job. I leaned over to Christy after the break and I said, I don't think we're going to get through this tonight. And she had faith in you.
Said the same thing.
And I was pleasantly
4
surprised.
in the afternoon, I'm going like, okay, it's Tuesday.
Yeah. So, job well done. Yeah, I don't know what the process is. How do you get from here, and if it is so needed, to the point of charter commission and revising charter? I'm thrilled that you're willing to participate in, because I see you as being an absolute vital member of that process and that discussion with your wealth of knowledge. A couple of years ago at town meeting, a gentleman said that the town meeting was not a democratic process, and I just had to hold my comments. I find it to be absolutely the most purest form of democracy, to allow everybody to stand up and have a vote when necessary. I will say that I was pleasantly, not really surprised, because I thought you would be successful with it, was the process to get to the point on specifically the petition articles of a different way of how you handled the conversation, the discussion. And I thought that the community really supported that with their vote, your suggestion. So I think that really went particularly well, all things considered. I think we as a board, as a community, can expect this to continue to happen. And it's really the only opportunity that residents have to bring the issues that they find important to them forward. And I certainly don't want to eliminate that ability for the community. So it's not that I don't want to react. As Sean said, I think we do need to react, but we need to react in a way where we really understand what the opportunity is in front of us here, clearly capture what are the problems that we're trying to fix. We hear consistently about, oh, it's too long. The meeting's too long, or it's on a Saturday. Well, we've had those conversations in the past. Don't know how to address that one again. But, I hear of other towns that are having their town meetings with 30 plus articles on it, and they're happening in 3, 4, 5 hours. So what are we doing that's different? Are we that much bigger of a community with that much more complex issues that we're dealing with? I don't know. I need to do some more homework on that to better understand it. So I'm very eager in a way to move forward with better understanding the opportunities. Again, I don't know what that process is. Do we form a kind of a fact-finding commission or committee and start to pull together the thoughts around the community as to what are the real problems and what are the best options to solve those problems specifically? And is there a nice merger between solving problem A with this solution versus problem B with a different solution, right? You might cause more problems if you go down one path. So, those are kind of my thoughts on at least where I'm sitting around kind of next steps. I am eager to move it forward. And as the email I shared with the board earlier today, I've kind of started to at least start to better understand from my perspective, educate myself on what are the different things. Hopefully the rest of the board found that information useful. If you haven't had a chance to look at it yet, there's some really good information on what some other towns have been able to achieve as options with citizens petitions and otherwise. I've had residents who've asked me and even proposed to me, do we go to a system where, and I'm not trying to solve this problem now, but the questions have come up, do we move citizens petitions to the ballot, right? What's the pros and cons to it? Can we do that? Don't know, right? Do we create a higher bar on citizens petition articles on signatures? I think it was one of the towns that was in the email I sent it was Weston that was able to achieve that somehow. So those are all open for discussion, and I'm looking forward to that discussion.
Yeah. That's as I mentioned when I sent the email, mentioning that I was having these sort of voter resident sessions and letting you know that when I was coming here. What I said is I'm going to have these sessions. I'd be happy to report back. It might take me a while to depending how many people show up, and I want to go through all the emails that I got as well, both before, during, and after. And I could also, in coming back to report, I could also give you some thoughts about how we may be able to move forward together. And then we could maybe work on that together or whatever. But I agree with all those things. I wanted to thank you for copying me on the email. I did not know that towns had actually overridden or changed the limit for
That was a
petitions.
surprise to me.
And given that I'm on the Mass Moderator Association, I'm going to reach out to some of those towns and ask if any of those moderators can tell me how that happened, so I can report back, A, what the motivation was, B, what was the process and all
Terrific.
that. So I will try to do that.
Thank you.
And I also, just before I lose my train of thought, I also want to mention in terms of thanking the town and everyone, I know there were many people, probably you heard it too, I heard it from a number of people, saying that, this town meeting, it was going to be a circus, it was going to be that, and I just want to acknowledge the work of lots and lots of people. And not just me, but lots and lots of people worked very hard to make sure that wasn't the case. And the fact that it wasn't a circus, and it was actually, except for the topics of the citizens' petitions that were outside the usual scope, the way the actual meeting ran was not unusual at all, which I think the remarkable thing is that although it's an old form of government, it has adapted in many ways.
Still works.
And at least for while we figure out what could be better, at least
Right.
it still works and it
Yeah.
didn't fall apart. And I think a lot of people thought that it was going to be absolute chaos. And many, many people worked very hard to make sure that that wasn't the case. I don't know if you've read about, we are I want to mention that this is a little off topic. We are very fortunate that a lot of what happened with the transit-oriented village sort of led to some of the learnings that turned into the MBTA zoning and all the controversy there.
Yeah.
You think we may have had a controversial
yeah.
thing. I think in Westford, where I have a former work colleague, they actually had to stop the meeting because 2,000 people showed up in the room, so they couldn't hold them because it's very, very, very controversial. And as we know, there's towns saying, like, we don't care what you tell us, we're not going to do it. But so as we all in different pockets of what the lightning rod topics that are,
Right.
just the fact that we're all holding it together and making it work while also being cognizant it doesn't mean that it always has to be that way, I think is a very, very positive thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if Christie or Kim, you watched, admittedly you were in there as well, but I don't know if anything else comes to mind. If I'd also, you don't have to speak for them. If anybody from the staff wants to talk to me either at my sessions or if anybody wants to just contact me privately about their thoughts, they're more than welcome to. I understand that this is an all-in thing, although the voters sort of reign supreme and we're all subject to that. When I think of the town meeting experience, I mean from everyone who participates and who goes through it, so.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add, because we did have a department head meeting right after town
Yeah.
meeting, and some of the concerns I heard from department heads was some of the comments that felt out of scope. And so with that, there was a comment around, the police budget was questioned, which is completely fair. But then the question was not about the police budget.
Yeah.
That's an example. And I
Yeah.
think that happened a couple times.
Yeah.
And so I know that's,
And every time I think ahead of time, I won't let it happen, and then I'm so busy worried about other things.
well,
that
and
notice
I
it
don't
happen.
pretend that would be an easy position for you to be in. So that's just,
No.
I think the one.
Yeah, no, I did think about that
feedback piece.
afterwards, and when I settled down the following day, I went back through my town meeting time, and I had gone through town meeting time looking for all sorts of answers. I played so many worst case scenarios in my head, you don't know. And one of the things that struck me when I read it after the meeting was that deliberations aren't a cross-examination. I realized that there were a few times when it seemed like that. And what I'm going to try to file away for next time, again, I'm not perfect, but I'm going to try to file away for next time, is when I sense that happening, I'm just going to ask the person to directly ask their question. And then if I think it's out of scope, I'll roll it out of scope. But times things slip by me, and there are also times when I feel that my role as being the arbiter between the voters is that I sometimes take a broader view of scope than people who know all the nooks and crannies do. But that doesn't mean I didn't make a mistake that time.
No,
But
I
yeah.
think I would just say that the couple times that folks tried to take advantage of the fact that you know, an article was sort of loosely related to
Yeah.
a department or a department
Yeah.
head. You know, I just hope that people understand that we're available for those questions all the time.
Yep, right, yeah.
And that town meeting, even though it's a one forum,
Yeah.
it's actually probably
Yeah, for many
not the
things, it's
productive
not the best
forum
forum.
to
Right.
ask those questions.
I try to tell people many, many times, if you really
do.
want to affect change, you have to get involved much, much, much earlier. Some people listen, some don't.
And if you want to question actions of a department,
Yeah.
it's much more productive to have those conversations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I will try to remember to be cognizant of that, and I will confess that I was worried about so many different things happening.
There was a lot
That a
going
couple
on.
times
Yeah.
A lot of
those
moving
things
parts.
slipped through.
Well, no, there were a lot of moving parts, but Chrissy, I appreciate you bringing that up,
Yeah.
because, you know, it's not the time for, with all due appreciation for, you know, free speech, it's not the most effective time for people to take a crack at, you know, a department or a person or whatever. And it is truly much more effective to pick up the phone and call the DPW director, the town manager, the town moderator, whomever, to say, can we talk about this, because it's
Right.
really irritating me, right? Because you're going to get so much more mileage out of that conversation than you know, a 3-minute soundbite at town meeting. You know, just a quick follow-up, Ian, to all the comments, but I do think we need to be careful with sort of what we go searching for, although I certainly want to have the conversation, as I stated in the beginning, because, you know, if we give people sort of an alternate forum to share their ideas and views, I go, like, well, what does town meeting look like then, right? Everyone, like, particularly when online, and not everyone has access to online, not everyone chooses to use Facebook. You know, if you're not a woman, you can't be part of Wicked Wise, you know, like, there are so many different things, right? So, if we, depending upon where we move those forums to, to encourage that pre-dialogue, it may be like, people may want to be careful with what they wish for.
All right.
Well, I got all my, like, concerns out, you know, in this pre-forum, and so I didn't have to go and vote, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, but I think we need to really think about that, and I
It's
look
a
forward to
society,
that.
I mean, the interesting thing is, when I look at it, it's a societal challenge. You know, everybody used to go to town meeting, everybody used to go to church, everybody used to do that, everybody used to do that.
Yeah.
Now, it's all different.
Right,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah, no.
And now, as we know, it used to be you could publicize something by just writing a press release, putting it in the newspaper.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, newspaper?
Yeah, right,
You know,
right.
and I know my mother reads it. Because she said, John, I saw you mention it. I go, oh, really?
Right.
I hope it was good.
So, I know we did talk pre-town meeting about electronic voting.
Oh, yeah.
I know you have
Oh, yeah.
that, you have that on
I
your
did wanna
now
mention that. It's on
retirement
my
list.
as well, yes. Yeah, in fact, Southborough, the same day we were having our town meeting, was their first town meeting with an alternate vendor, where the town actually owns the devices and things like that. I know there's concerns about who would have to do the setup. Is it,
Sure.
you know, is it IT work? Is it more town clerk's work? You know, is it something that I could take on or whatever?
Yep.
But I do want to, I continually recognize the pain and the cost of the way we do it now, and one of my goals for this summer, now that I'm retired from my actual paying job, is to go visit with the people in Southborough and just review with them, maybe get an example, maybe borrow the machine from them for a few days and actually, you know,
Play
just
around,
do
have
some
your
fake votes in
mini
my
town.
house or whatever, or come down to Debbie's office and do that. So, and I know Debbie has been approached by another vendor,
Okay.
so at least we can find out what the scope is.
Yeah, and the
things like that.
flexibility
So
that
it is still on my
affords.
list of
Yep,
things.
Yep,
So-
okay, good.
Thank you. I just will share one little
Okay.
story that Shelby just reminded me of real quick here. I had a resident, a voter, who couldn't attend town election. So his creative idea was, we need to open up voting booths at the Dunkin' Donuts and the various coffee shops around town and do the drive-through. And I said, that would be really, Debbie, you'd have to go around swearing everybody
right.
around town at all the
Yeah,
coffee
that's right.
shops, so.
If it
but,
didn't cost real money, it would all be a great idea.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, so I will, I don't know how long it's gonna take me, because I'm still sort of busy, even though I
Sure.
don't get paid to work anymore. I still have lots of things to do. But I will come back with a summary of what I hear, if anyone shows up,
Thank
and
you.
what I've heard, and we can compare notes. And if I have a chance, I'll jot down, when I come back, I can also jot down some ideas about what might be good sort of next steps too. But anyway,
Awesome.
but thank you again for all you do, and thanks.
Thank you.
John.
Thank you, John.
All right, I think that gets us all the way to town manager's report.
Thank you. So in the town manager report, the March 2024 Employee Excellence Award went to Caitlin Staples, who is the Technical Services and Technology Librarian at the Westborough Public Library. Caitlin is an innovative thinker who is always looking for ways to make it easier for library users and to find items on the shelves. She's a hard worker, a creative problem solver, and a rising star in the library world. Related to the Regional Emergency Communication Center, or the REC, Chief Purcell and I attended the last Municipal Building Committee meeting to make them aware of the REC project and ask that they oversee the project similar to other projects, understanding that this will always be a town building. We thought that was appropriate. So the MBC chair and representatives from both Westborough and Grafton, along with our chief procurement officer, participated in interviews of the firms that scored the highest, and I should clarify, for the OPM bid. So similarly, we were looking for an OPM for that project as well. The group did make a selection and awarded the bid to Colliers, subject to negotiation of a contract. I'll just quickly say there has been some discussion about the value of using the same OPM on multiple projects, and I think what we've learned by interviewing multiple OPMs for 2 different projects is that there's an expertise or an experience. The REC was we were very focused, of course, on technology and folks who have that experience in the public safety world, which is very different from what we were looking for, I think, with an OPM for the community center, as an example. Related to the Shrewsbury Westborough Youth and Family Services, we did have that approval at town meeting to move forward with the budget as presented, which would fund that contract. So our outreach and resource coordinator started in the position on April 1st to help facilitate the transition. We're also working with our clinical staff at Westborough Youth and Family Services and the clinical director at SYFS to plan for the transition. We also have some minor changes to the contract documents that were made by the SYFS board, but I think they're very minor in nature, so we're going to work on having those ready to be executed on April 23rd at your meeting with an effective date of July 1st. Waste management pay-as-you-throw, we're working with Town Council and Harvey's to complete a contract for hauling. We're waiting for the contract to settle before we enter into a new contract with a bag vendor. Some of you met possible bag vendor at the Environmental Action Fair, which was Waste Zero. So we're they're on the state bid list, so we're able to work with them and understand how that model works. So our goal remains that this become effective July 1st. And DPW joined with Southborough and Hopkinton to apply for a Community Compact Efficiency and Regionalization Grant. It was for $110,000 to purchase a robotic crawler camera to be used for underground pipe investigation. So the camera will be housed in Southborough and shared between the 3 communities. Chris mentioned earlier, related to the lining of pipe in the downtown, so 7,000 feet of 80-plus-year-old pipe was lined in the downtown, and that's complete. And that has an impact, reduces infiltration of groundwater related to our wastewater flow. Over 60 trees are being planted this month through the Adopt a Tree program. 25 of the trees are at the high school. The numbers and types of trees are viewable on the Adopt a Tree dashboard at the Forestry Division page on the DPW website. DPW and members of the finance team, we met with students from WPI to describe our recent experiences related to PFAS and drinking water. And the students, their project, they're working on developing infographics to help educate the community. So those will be shared with us for the use in the town once those are complete. And then for the police, they're working on crosswalk enforcement. It's ramping up because they've been receiving some complaints. With that being said, the Municipal Road Safety Grants second enforcement campaign runs April 1st to the 30th and is focused on distracted driving. The total grant is $24,133 to fund 6 enforcement campaigns through September. And has also purchased 10 portable breath testing devices for our patrol cars. And then the department's recruitment video was released last week. It's fantastic. So if you haven't seen it, please take a look. The chief and deputy chief presented Westborough TV with a plaque expressing their appreciation for their work on the video. And I think it's been posted on their social media. So it's a great video. That's it.
Thank you. Issues and correspondence. Anybody would like to go first?
Sure, I can go first. I've got a couple items. On a celebratory note, I think it was at our last meeting, I mentioned Callie Presuth, who is a 13-year-old Westborough resident. She was gunning her way for the state free throw championship for the Knights of Columbus challenge. So she won the regional level. She went on, and she is the 2024 Knights of Columbus state free throw champion for her age group. So Caitlin Clark, look out, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So good for her, and very excited for that. It's nothing like being on the free throw line and making those shots. So want to give a shout out to, although looking ahead to May, it will be right here around the corner, to Westborough Connects, that the Westborough Unplugs event will be taking place May 5th through the 11th. You can find information at westboroughconnects.org. I think all the board members received a request from the Veterans Advisory Board, so if I'm jumping ahead to make this announcement, I apologize, but the veterans are asking for volunteers to place American flags on veteran graves at each of the town cemeteries on Saturday morning, April 27th at 9 a.m. Usually there's a great turnout of volunteers. It's very rewarding. I've done it a couple times myself. So as a result, it's usually done within an hour. If you are interested in participating, you can contact Marshall Preston, and Marshall's email is 302 to give me permission to share this. 302-515-4065. He's a member of the Veterans Advisory Board, and so great kind of parent-child activity, or if there's a group that wants to help. So that would be great. I did notice actually that, so kind of getting a little into the weeds here, the treatment plant board, perhaps we could have some follow-up with them. Their minutes are not consistently posted on the town's website. So being that we were talking about treatment plant today, I happened to go out there and look, and there's some, but they're missing some, and maybe it's because they didn't have meetings. I don't know, but if we can follow up, I don't know who would do that, but is that
We can ask. Yeah.
okay? Or okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll follow up with them.
No. We can ask them. It's just they're a separate entity, but we can absolutely
Right.
follow up with
Well,
them.
yes, it would be good to get a response as to,
Yes.
yes, that would be
Yeah.
great. Thank you. And I want to thank DPW. Christy mentioned this about the pipelining. You know, I live downtown, and I think for a major project, the communication was very good. The responsiveness from the contractor was, because I had to call with a couple clarifying questions, was excellent. They were responsive, and what could have been, perceived to be very disruptive was not. So kudos to DPW for executing that very important project. So I think that's it.
Thank you. Anybody?
Sure. Christy mentioned her report, the Municipal Building Committee. We do have another meeting tomorrow, so we're ramping up with the projects in front of us. So stay tuned for that, but we'll be talking, I'm sure, about the rec, the golf building, and soon to come the community center. So that is ongoing. Wanted to thank Alma and the folks at the Senior Center for allowing the Scouts to host the spaghetti supper last week, and very successful. As always, over 60 seniors attended, which was great. And it's just great having it in their senior center. They're comfortable there, and having the commercial kitchen works really well. So great event. And then one final thing is this coming Saturday from 4:30 to 7 at Julio's Metro Station, the Westborough Police Foundation is hosting Wine and Hops for the Cops as a fundraiser for the Police Foundation. So everyone is invited to attend, and if you want tickets, you can go to their website, westboroughpolicefoundation.org.
Perfect.
All right, thanks. Yeah, the Economic Development Committee met last week. I want to welcome Karen Henderson to the committee, our newest member, already making an impact. I also want to congratulate RACS. So RACS on Route 9, we awarded them, not at last year's Economic Development Committee. They just received a silver award from Mass Econ in the Central Region for their expansion project as well. Congratulations to them. And finally, you know, I just want to say, and we spoke about this with John, but thank you to everybody who came out to town meeting. You know, I thought that the town was represented well, and you know, I'm truly appreciative. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sean. I just have one update to share. I want to say I think this is our first meeting since the Westborough Environmental Action Fair, so I'd like to just thank all the volunteers. We had nearly or approximately 400 people attend. We had 48 exhibitors, 30 student exhibitors, and we had a lot of fun activities and various different booths for folks to gather all sorts of great information. Of the professional exhibitors, 77% said the attendance was good and excellent, and 82% definitely or probably will exhibit next year. So I think those are pretty good numbers. We also had 92% of responders say that they would recommend this to their friends and family and other communities. And then I would also just share that we had 15 plus different towns, people from different towns or communities attend. I think one of the people that I tallied in was actually from South Carolina. So I don't know if we were that broad in reach, but it was pretty exciting. We also had a number of certificates awarded, student certificates. So certificate of appreciation for Nicole Nguyen for her support, and also Isha Adala for her work as well. And then the winner of the Art for Earth poster winner was Sophia Chen. So thank you all for attending and all the great artwork, and looking forward to the fair next year.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
forgot 2 items.
Okay.
So just an update to the board on the Hockomock Pond Reuse Committee. So you'll remember way back, the town approved money for work to further explore the potential reuse. So we received a bid document back for an engineering bid proposal. So the committee has not yet reviewed that. We do have that. We'll be meeting in the next couple of weeks to review that and then to determine that. And the amount allocated at town meeting was in the nature of about $37,000. So I'll have an update for the board on that. And then I did want to just follow up, Patrick, you had mentioned this during John's time with us. I had it on my plate. I was going to bring it up as to the board at today's meeting regarding to seek the board's interest in a home rule petition. I presume that's what it would be, to require at least 50 signatures for a citizen's petition to be able to get onto it. So I think that's a board discussion. I appreciate you were doing some research. I was holding off until today to have that conversation as a board. But I think that if you have to get 50 signatures to run for office, 50 to get a petition is pretty reasonable. So if the board is interested, I think that that's almost separate from the town meeting kind of process dynamics. But I'll leave that for the board to consider as a future agenda item.
Thank you. Anything else? All good? Can I get a motion to enter into executive session?
Are we hitting all these tonight?
I think we had them all. You get them all?
No, I'm talking about the
Oh,
executive
sorry,
session.
yes.
So I'll move, we go into, huh?
Okay.
I'll move, we go into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the firefighters, clerical unions, and clerical unions if the chair determines that an open meeting would have a detrimental impact on the board's position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, I.R.E. Ferris Development Group, LLC, First Town of Westborough, Lax Media, LLC, and Lax Media Mass, LLC, Worcester Superior Court, CA number 2285CV01281, if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, RE Town of Westborough versus Westborough SPE LLC, Boston Suffolk County Land Court Case Number 19 TL 000768. If the chair declares that open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, RE Westborough SPE LLC versus Town of Westborough et al., U.S. District Court, CA number 423 CV 12017-MRG. If the chair declares an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Westborough SPE LLC U.S. Bankruptcy Court Case Number 23-40709. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, RE Aqueous Film Forming Foams Products Liability Litigation, MDL number 2873DSC. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, RE Residences of Westborough Station, Northland TPLP LLC at 100 Charleston Meadows Drive, Worcester Land Court Case Number 22, MISC 000445-DRR. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's negotiating position. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of, I just had a question here, Sheila, so is it 20, I know in our packet we had 28th, 5th, and 12th. So is it 27th, 28th, 5th?
No, it should have been the 27th, 27th should have been sent separately.
That was set separately, I think, yep.
So,
So 28th,
28th, I'll put on the next meeting.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, so under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of February 27th, March 5th, and March 12th, 2024.
And I declare that under open meeting, that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the board's negotiating, litigating, and bargaining position. And the board will not be reconvening in open session after the executive session. Can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Sean?
Keo, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Marshall, yes.
And Welch, yes. We're now in executive session. Thank you. Have a good night.